start your thing like action. Okay, so this is a new video. Now, this video is out at, this is to the Beat Junkies. This is to the Beat Junkies. We're going to clear up some information. And I want to give a shout out to the Beat Junkies for everything that you guys have put down over the years. You know, Melody, D-Styles, Babu, everybody. You guys are, the Beat Junkies are really, really sick. But they did make a mistake just recently. They just said that there was, that A-Track had, or people had scratch notation in the 90s before me and yada yada yada. They had their facts kind of wrong. So we're gonna go through the facts today, and at point by point we're gonna go through the facts. So let's start now. So we're gonna start with the Beat Junkies. So yeah, so this is the facts. We're gonna flip this around and look at the screen. All right, so this is gonna be a very long investigation. All right, so this is Beat Junkies Building Better DJs, episode number 5, about teaching DJing. It's a very insightful video. I do recommend everybody watch the video. These guys are great. They started a school called the Beat Junkies Institute of Sound in California, and these are the Beat Junkies. I guess there's more of them too. This is just some of them. And you know, so we're gonna hit, you can hit number 4 on this if you want to see it. YouTube, you can hit number 4, and it'll jump to the right point. And we're gonna press play. I'm gonna turn the volume up a little bit. I'm gonna press play. Let me make this. Can I make this brighter? Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna. Maybe I can zoom out or something. Am I zoomed out? I don't know why it's so. It's kind of hard to see it. But we're gonna press play anyway.
Oh, the chawa chawa, whatever. Like, but at a certain point, you know, I think a language started developing in the mid-90s.
For sure.
Right? And, like, there started to become, you know, standard names for techniques. Yeah. And I think that's, like, the early days of, like, really taking this serious in terms of, like, hey, this is something that can be considered higher learning.
Okay, so he's talking about the mid-90s. So right now we're at the mid-90s. So mid-90s means what? 94, 95, 96, that's mid, right? Because 97, 98, 99 would be like late 90s, right? So yeah, so he's talking about people, you know, all the different names were coming out, and that's right. You know, this is a very great episode. You guys should check it out.
Be taught, like, let's build. And I remember early on, you know, there is turntable transcription that started at that time.
So that's wrong. That's where he made a mistake. He's talking about the mid-90s. He's like, there was turntable transcription that started at that time. That's not what happened. In the mid-90s, no, there was no turntable transcription out in the mid-90s. A-Track claims to that, but he never ever released that. So we're going to go to A-Track's Wikipedia real quick. Got that loaded up. So here's A-Track's Wikipedia. It says, in the late 90s, A-Track developed a notation system for scratching. He gave a lecture about it at the Scratchcon 2000 conference and published an article in Turntablist magazine. He also appeared on the cover of magazines, including Billboard, blah, 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 blah. All right, so, and he was, you know, Kanye West DJ. So yeah, so that's a lie. So there's no proof of that. He's never ever released that, and we're going to show the lie today. All right, so first we're going to go to this video. This was a video, let me see, I think maybe right here. Here we go. So here's A-Track and myself. A-Track is, I'm the guy on the left with the glasses. A-Track's the guy on the right. And shout out to Ruvan. Ruvan, he's a great photographer. He actually took this picture. If you're watching Ruvan, my homie Ruvan, he's an amazing photographer. But anyway, so this is A-Track. You see him with his Masonic hat on. And we're going to click on the video. Alright, so that's the YouTube version if you want to find the YouTube version. But we got the Facebook version already loaded up. Alright. And so this is the same video. Alright, so we're going to click on it. Alright, so this is, let's see. Oh, let me, maybe I'll refresh this. Let me click on this. Oh, John Swan's in the house. Great, we got more tablists in the house. We got DJs and turntablists. Alright, so this is the video. Trying to click it. There we go. So we're going to look at this now. So this is 2000. This is, I'm going to start actually with this thing I wrote to Christy Z, because Christy Z, I had to, you know, clear up that same misconception with her. And I'm going to read what I wrote to her. So this is the actual history of scratch notation. For those who want to know. So I'm going to start with this. So I say Christy Z. That's incorrect. Actually, here's the order of events. 1, I gave John Carluccio my book, The Fundamentals, that I made in 1999. So The Fundamentals is the first book on scratch notation. That was my first book that I ever wrote. It's like an 8-page book or something. And I wrote that, and that was when I created scratch notation. There had never been a book before that, and that was 1999. And in 1999, there were blogs that talked about techniques like Asis Phonics, but there was no... Oh, shout out to Eve. Shout out to everybody in Europe. Eve's in Europe. I'm going to give a John a wave. I'm going to give Eve a wave. I'm going to give Giovanni a wave. A lot of Europeans in the house. So this is the real history of scratch notation. I had posted it in a response to Christy because she had made the same mistake the Beat Junkies did. All right, so here are the order of events. So first, I gave John Carluccio and Ethan Imboden. I sat down with them at a coffee shop somewhere in Manhattan, and I gave them my book, and I gave them copies of my first book on scratch notation. And then me and John and Ethan created TTM 1.0. That was my second book on scratch notation. It says the world's second book on scratch notation, and we released it on February 17th, 2000. So on February 17th, 2000, there was still nobody. I was already on my second book on scratch notation, and nobody else in the world had released anything on scratch notation. All right. So February 17th, 2000 was when my second book was released. The Fundamentals was a book before that. All right. And I'll type Fundamentals right here. Let me type Fundamentals so you can see what it looks like. I'm going to type the fun. And actually, I renamed it to the Fundamentals because the actual original name for it that I had in '99, you'll never guess, the original name for it was called The Skratch. But they made a movie called Skratch, and I decided to call it the Fundamentals. So yeah, this is what the Fundamentals looks like. This was the first book on scratch notation. We'll click on photos. This is what it looks like. These are actual. These are some actual. This is like an actual printing from 1999. This was printed out on like on an Epson printer in the NYU school. What do you call it? Computer lab. So this is the first book on scratch notation. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to John C. Shout out to Ethan Imboden. So this is the first book on scratch notation. It's called The Fundamentals. I wrote this in 1999. I was 20 years old. And yeah, so basically this is it. This is the copy that I gave John. So I gave this to John Carluccio before we ever wrote TTM 1.0. And this book, we'll flip through it right quick. We'll just flip through it very quickly. You can see this is 1999. All right. So you can see that. You can. I just did a re-release of this and sent this out to a bunch of people. And shout out to all those people that supported that. So we're going to go back to the Building Better DJs thing. So that's 1999. That's the first thing that came out. That was the first book on scratch notation. The second book on scratch notation was the Turntablist Transcription Methodology. And that came out in February 2000. So when he said when they got their timeline wrong, Babu got the timeline wrong when he said we're going to rewind it.
People started being able to write. He taught like.
So he's talking about the mid 90s
in terms of like, hey, this is something that can be considered building. Like damn. Oh, the chawa chawa, whatever.
Okay, here we go.
But at a certain.
So I'm backing it up. So I'm going to show people that are just coming in. So shout out to Eric Kubik. We're proving that I invented scratch notation, and before my first two books, there were no other systems out there, and then a whole bunch of gaggle of other systems came out over the past 20 years. And A-Track's been lying to the public, sending out press releases saying he invented my system and created my system. And there's actually proof of A-Track. There's actually proof of A-Track lying because in South Africa in 2003, we're going to go in the video, he actually admits that he had only created his system or plagiarized my system a couple years before that when he presented it at Scratchcon. But at Scratchcon 2000, he said he had invented it in the mid-90s, like 96 or something. And we're going to, if you go to his Wikipedia page, if we go to A-Track's Wikipedia, this is A-Track's Wikipedia, he's lying on his Wikipedia or, you know, because he told them mistruths. He said, in the late 90s, 8-Track developed a notation system for scratching. But there's no proof of that. There's no proof. He gave a lecture about it at Scratchcon 2000. And Scratchcon 2000 happened in June. I'm sorry, July. July, it was like July 1st, maybe, 2000. And we're going to go through all the history and all the dates. So, back to the dates. So, this is, we're going to go, so, number 2, me and John, Carluccio, and Ethan Imboden created, let's see, we're right here, created TTM 1.0, the Turntablist Transcription Methodology, the world's second book on scratch notation. That was my second book. So at that point, in February 17th, 2000, there was only 2 books out to the world on scratch notation, and both of the books were mine. All right, and so then John, I designed everything in the book. John added the text, and he basically copied from As's Phonics to describe my notation system. So that was a collaboration book, that second book. You know, I did all the designs, all the scores. You know, I scored. You know, I created everything, and John was basically the publisher, and he took some stuff from As's Phonics and you know, and helped with some of the definitions and stuff like that. But I created everything. All right, I designed, you know, the Rob Swift routine, scratching, like scratching. What is it? You know, like that whole thing that's on Skratch DVD. If you go to the Skratch DVD, you can find this is Skratch the movie by Doug Prey that features Qbert, and the cover was by Shepard Fairey. We'll type that in really quickly because this is a historical thing. So this is anybody that wants to know. So this is some DJ history stuff about when scratch notation was invented. So I'm gonna type Skratch the movie. Alright, so this is Skratch the movie. And so yeah, it came out in 2001. And yeah, so it looks like this. Shepard Fairey did that cover actually. Yeah, and this is before he, you know, blew up and did the Obama stuff. I'm sure his art wasn't that expensive back then. And yeah, so basically, yeah, that's Skratch the movie, and my design, my notation was in the movie. Where if you buy the DVD, there's in an extra section of Rob Swift. I'll type Rob Swift scratching. I'm gonna write Rob, R-O-B, Swift, and then I'm gonna write scratching. So I transcribed the first routine. Whoops, scratch. I meant to say scratch in, but it still comes up. No, I'm gonna type scratching. Let's see. So yeah, in that booklet was the first, let's see, system of scratch notation. Let's do YouTube. It'll be easier. So I'm gonna type YouTube, and then I'm gonna type Rob Swift. And then scratching. Whoops. Could spell it right. Scratching. Alright, so Rob Swift scratching. There we go. So this was the first time anything was ever transcribed. I transcribed this. People have copied it and redone it. This is actually a copy of it by another guy. He out of Italy. He you know, John recopied it. A lot of people recopied it, but in that book, mine is the original version of this, and you can see this is. Let's see. All right, so that was the first score. Wow, see that? All right. Let's see. So we're going back to the history. Let me plug my phone in, because I think that having it plugged in might give it more juice and more power as far as connecting to the web or whatever. All right, so here we go. Yeah, so yeah, we got more people coming through. That's great. And Mark Mora's still here. Oh, Vincent here. Okay, so Vincent that just walked in. This is, I've got a guy named DJ 8-Track that's a famous DJ that's been trying to plagiarize my work for the past 20 years. And so we're going to go through we're going through the history of scratch notation and showing that, you know, I invented all this and then everybody came later. But this stuff wasn't in the 90s. In the 90s, the only thing that existed was this. This was the only thing that existed in the 90s as far as scratch notation. Was my system, the fundamentals. All right? Where I go over, you know, scratch notation, breaking the waves down, all that type of stuff. All right? Now we're going back to here. All right? So we're going back to the history. So I'm going to just read this whole thing. So I'm going to start right here. I designed everything in the book. John added text that he basically copied from As's Phonics to describe my notation system. Neither John nor Ethan can scratch nor read classical music. I studied trombone in jazz band in junior high and in high school. I.e., a musically illiterate person cannot invent a system of notation. Because that's a whole other thing. John Carluccio tried to claim my system as well, even though I was just going to him as more of a publisher because he had all the hip-hop contacts and I was only 20 years old and I didn't know anybody in the industry and he had all the contacts. So that was why I had gone to John Carluccio. All right, so I'll go back. So I transcribed the first scratch score called Scratchin' by Rob Swift that you guys just saw that appears in the book. I came to John with my system because I knew he had all the contacts. I was still in college at the time, and I had very little contacts. I gave the first lecture on scratch notation in front of the Music Technology Department at NYU in the spring of April 2000. So by April 2000, I had already released 2 books on scratch notation. One was the Fundamentals, and then 2 was TTM 1.0. I had already released 2 books on scratch notation, and oh great, Walter Skratch is here. Shout out to Walter Skratch. Shout out to Luigi Circuit Comito. Shout out to Luigi. So we're basically going in on the history of scratch notation. Shout out to Lauren Little that's here, waving at everybody. We're going through the history of scratch notation because for the past 20 years, A-Track, who's a famous, well-known DJ, has been trying to plagiarize my system, and I might actually end up having to send him a cease and desist because he's been telling people he created my system since 2000. He's been trying to plagiarize my system and reap the benefits from that. And we're going to go through every single press outlet that has not retweeted, but regurgitated the false information. Okay. So yeah, I transcribed the world's first scratch system. I'll go back. So let's see. I transcribed the first scratch score called "Scratchin' by Rob Swift" that appears in the book. All right. And let's see. We'll skip to number 3. I gave the first lecture on scratch notation in front of the Music Technology Department at NYU in the spring of 2000, April 12, 2000 to be exact. And we're going to go to that. We're going to see that right now. I'm going to go back. We're going to see that. I just reposted that recently. We're going to go to TTM Academy. And this is the world's first video, the world's first lecture on scratch notation. I just reposted it so people can see it. So this is the world's first lecture. It happened on April 12th, 2000 in front of the Music Lecture Department. And this is just me in front of the department. So we're going to run this back. All right, and we see this was April 12th, 2000. So at this point, I've already released 2 books on scratch notation and gave the world's first lecture on scratch notation. Shout out to Willie. We're clearing up who invented scratch notation. I'm the inventor of scratch notation, and you know, people have been trying to plagiarize my work for 2 decades, including people that I actually worked with in the past. That's why you don't see me working with John Carluccio anymore. He was trying to plagiarize my stuff as well. All right, so now let's play this.
This is Raymond Myrtle. He's devised a way to notate turntable performance, and we're going to talk about it. So let's turn it over to him.
Okay, so that's verifiable proof right there. I'm going to flip the camera. So that's proof right there. That's April 12th, 2000. April 12th, 2000. That's me in front of the Music Technology Department at New York University presenting my first 2 books on scratch notation, the Fundamentals that we went over and TTM 1.0. So those are 2 books, and I'm giving a lecture and that is taking place on April 12th, 2000. All right. And the reason why I'm doing it like this expose Facebook format and not doing just like a general documentary is because I want people to see this live, and I also, it just takes too much time to make a documentary. This, I can just do it in 2 hours and it's done. Then I'll, put this on the net. So yeah, basically, so we're going to go back now. I'm going to flip back. So basically, we're going to go back now. So let's see. So I gave the first. Let's see. We're going to go back to here now. I submitted my Scratch notation to Thud Rumble's now defunct Global Scratch Foundation, and Thud Rumble is DJ Qbert and that's his label. But at that time they weren't really going by Thud Rumble. I think it was more like Dirt Style, and they had something called the Global Scratch Foundation. So I submitted my Scratch notation books to them. Maybe it was just one of the books. I can't remember if I gave both of them to them, but I submitted to them and I won. They gave me a scholarship. They gave me $1,000 back in Scratchcon. So that happened on July 1st. So I submitted my Scratch notation to Thud Rumble's now defunct Global Scratch Foundation along with the video. In the summer of 2000, on July 1st, Qbert organized the Scratchcon event, where I won the DJ Qbert Scratch Legendary Award for my work. At the same event, copy of me and John's book were given to the audience. So at that same presentation, A-Track presented a presentation that plagiarized my system and tried to claim it as his own in his lecture. He admitted that he actually had seen my TTM system prior to his first lecture. So the first time A-Track ever released his system to the public, he had already seen my system. So if you've already seen a system and you release your own so-called system for the first time to the public, that means your system is not the first, and that you've based your system off of somebody else. So we're going to go through that. We're going to show A-Track's lies. All right. And so back to the Beat Junkies thing, actually. We're going to go back to the Beat Junkies because they said that this was happening in the 90s. None of this was happening in the 90s. Only thing that happened in the 90s was this Fundamentals, this book right here, the first book on Scratch notation, that happened in 99. There was no Scratch notation happening in 95, 96. Even more recently, even DJ Green Lantern has come. DJ Green Lantern's come out of the woodwork saying, "I invented Scratch notation in the 80s and the 90s." All these people. Once I came out with Scratch notation, everybody came out of the woodwork, and we're going to show how that happened. Okay, and all that happened at Scratchcon 2000. So we've already ascertained that I released my first book on Scratch notation called The Fundamentals in 99, and then on February 17th of 2000, I released my second book on Scratch notation called TTM 1.0 that we distributed at that party. DJ Qbert actually, performed at that event, and it was at Symphony Space in Harlem. And basically, or maybe that's not Harlem, but Symphony Space, and that was where the first book was given out to the public, and then everybody started talking about it, and that was probably when A-Track found out about that. Not much later. So then a couple months later, A-Track presents my system in front of the public at Scratchcon, saying it's his own. So it's pure plagiarization. And then 3 years later, he admitted that he had only invented his system after he saw my system. He told the truth in South Africa in front of Red Bull Music Academy. And we're going to show that clip as well. We're going to show A-Track's speech. So we're going to go back to A-Track. Let's see. So we're going to go back, let's see, back here. This is where I'm going to flip it around. All right, so we're going to go back. I'm going to press play. All right, I'm not hearing anything. Why am I not hearing anything? There we go. Okay, so here it goes. So this is this is after my first two books and my first lecture. This is later that year, Scratchcon 2000. This is San Francisco at Yerba Buena, at the Yerba Buena Center, or like amphitheater, or wherever that place is. And so this was in 2000. So we're gonna play. We're gonna press play.
So I'm here to talk about my notation system for scratching. So to start off, I'll just tell you people the story about how I came up with this. because it'll give you an idea right away in which situations this type of system is useful. It was around, I think it was 96. I was trying to remember when this happened. I think it's around 96.
Whoops. Okay, whoops, I messed up. I'm going to fix that. I just pressed something, I moved it down. So he just said in 96, he just said, I think it was 96. I think it was around 96. So on July 1st of 2000, A-Track told the world that he invented scratch notation in 96 with no proof. He has no proof of this. And he told them that, all right? And then if you go to Wikipedia, Wikipedia says that. Wikipedia says, A-Track, in the late 90s, A-Track developed a notation system for scratching, which is totally unproven and totally a lie. Which proves that, Wikipedia, people can send anything. They're just putting his press release up there. The only verification of that is his press release that says that. There's no proof of that. He has no proof that he never had proof back then. He never had proof now. He never showed any proof when he presented his lecture. And we're going to go back to his lecture.
A few years ago,
this is another lecture. So this is A-Track in 2003. In 2003, this is him. Shout out to Sahir's back. This is A-Track in 2003, and giving another lecture in front of Red Bull audience. And this is him once again trying to plagiarize my system. Shout out to everybody in the house. And so in 2003, A-Track admits he came up with the system of DJ notation only a few years ago. So in 2003, he said he had invented a few years ago. So we're going to look up what a few means, just to be clear, because there's people, international people, they might think few years is 10 years, or we're going to type in the word few. What does a few mean? Few, a small number of. Okay, all right. So when people say a few, that they're talking about a few years. So he says he created this a few years ago. We're going to go back. All right, we're going to press play to see what he says in front of the crowd in South Africa.
This notation system, it was kind of something I stumbled upon.
He said it was kind of something I stumbled upon. And at Scratchcon 2000, we've already ascertained that. I'll flip it around. So shout out to everybody that sits in the house. So at Scratchcon 2000, we had already ascertained that he said that he had seen my system before he even presented his first lecture. So he had already seen my system before his first lecture, and in 2003, he's saying that he had only made this a couple of years ago. He's showing that he clearly saw my system and then copied it. All right. So we're going to go back. We're going to flip back around. All right. Now let's press play.
It was around, I think it was 96. I was trying to remember when this happened. I think it's around 96.
So he says, I think it was around 96. At Scratchcon 2000, the Pickles threw an amazing event. Shout out to the whole Pickle camp. At Scratchcon 2000, he says, I think it was around 96. But in Red Bull, at the music board, he said he did it a few years ago. So he's obviously has two quotes here that are going against each other. All right, so he's obviously lying.
A few years ago, I came up with this notation system.
So a few years ago. So this is where he admits it. In South Africa in 2003, A-Track admits that he came up with his system, which is obviously based off of my system. For people that know what my system looks like, we'll go into that type of stuff later. My system, looks like this. It's basically just using, using waves to using waves to show the back and forth movement of the record, and using click symbols, right? So he's doing the same thing right here. This is the same system that I created 20 years ago, and then he plagiarized me right after, and he's been using it in his press release for decades, 2 decades to be exact.
Something I stumbled upon.
So he said it was kind of something I stumbled upon. So when you stumble upon something, that's something that was there. So he's, kind of sneak admitting that he obviously plagiarized it. Okay, so which one was it? 7 years ago or a few years ago? Furthermore, where is the proof before July 1st, 2000? So before July 1st, 2000, there is no mention. there's no mention of this. So, all right. So we're gonna go back. I'm gonna click play again. All right. So here's the book. So the fundamentals.
The framing kernel.
All right, we already saw this.
Way to notate turntable performance. And we're going to talk about it. So then turn it over a bit.
All right. So that's you know, once again, that's the first lecture, the first recorded lecture on scratch notation. So I have the first two books and the first lesson. Meanwhile, you go to Wikipedia, and and Wikipedia has a total lie that says A-Track. What does it say? In the late 90s, A-Track developed a notation system for scratching, right? Which is a total lie. There's nothing in the late 90s of him doing that, you know. And he even said he did it in the mid 90s, right? So now we're going to go back to this message that I had sent to Christy Z. So we're going to go into DJ Raedawn as well. All right, and we're going to talk about Steven Weber as well. All the people on the scratch notation world. So basically in the summer of 2000, on July 1st, Qbert organized the Scratchcon event where I won the DJ Qbert Scratch Legendary Award for my work. At the same event, copies of TTM 1.0 were given out. A-Track presented a presentation that plagiarized my system, trying to claim it as his own in his lecture. He admitted that he actually had seen my TTM system prior to his first lecture on July 1st. He then claimed he invented it in 1996 with no proof whatsoever. And Wikipedia has that lie in there. Okay? So at Scratchcon 2000, DJ Raedawn presented a score. Oh, shout out to Adam Butler. You know, another tableist in the house, Adam Butler. This is clearing up A-Track's 20 years of lies, trying to plagiarize my TTM system and calling it his own. He's been lying ever since then. He said he had invented it in the mid 90s, when in fact he told the truth in 2003, saying he had only invented it, you know, in 2000, after seeing my system, obviously, because he said he had seen my system in 2000. Now, he then claimed he invented it in 1996 with no proof whatsoever. At Scratchcon 2000, DJ Raedawn presented a score of his own scratch composition, yet years later it was discovered that a guy named Raul actually scored it. Now, I have a friend that's a bass player who's friends with Raul, and he told me personally, you know, he was at the university that Raul was at, that Raul created all that stuff. And, you know, so we're going to type in antimatter. We're going to go into here, and we're going to type antimatter. All right. So antimatter was a score that was written in classical music notation. So I'm going to type antimatter, So basically what happened was, after I came up with antimatter, I'm going to type DJ Raedawn. All right, so antimatter DJ Raedawn. So yeah, this is him speaking in front of Red Bull. So notice, both Raedawn and A-Track, both European American individuals, or you know, I guess Canada's America too, and they are both they both came after me. Yet you know Red Bull never invited me. All right, they never invited me, the actual founder of Scratch Notation. Like, I actually wrote the first two books and gave the first lecture. I invented Scratch Notation, basically. That's what this video is about, to Adam Butler, who just stepped in the room. All right, so we're going to look at, we're going to type antimatter. We got Discogs, all right? We're going to look at it. Discogs, it was released in 2000. It came out in the fall, maybe July of 2000. It came out later in 2000. Let's see if we can find the date of that. So this is antimatter. This was maybe the second DJ score that was transcribed. So I transcribed the first score ever, and that was by Rob Swift, right? So Rob Swift did a routine called Scratching that we showed earlier, and I transcribed that, and that was in my second book on scratch notation called TTM 1.0. And this book, Raedawn presented this at Scratchcon 2000. Not a book, but it's a CD. Right. Yeah, credit should be given. So to Adam Butler, what we're talking about is really this Beat Junkies thing, and we're going to go back and we're going to play it one more time.
At a certain point, failed him.
Whoops.
The chawa chawa, whatever. But at a certain point, I think a language started developing in the mid-90s.
So Adam Butler, the Beat Junkies made a big mistake in here. They accidentally said that, scratch notation was happening in the mid-90s and 8-track and da-da-da. But it's like, no, 8-track didn't have any type of scratch notation until after my first 2 books. And, that's when he plagiarized my system. So I'm going to press play.
For sure. Right? And, there started to become, standard names for techniques. Yeah. And I think that's, the early days of, really taking this serious in terms of, hey, this is something that can be considered higher learning. This could be taught. Let's build. And I remember early on, there is turntable transcription that started at that time. People started being able to write.
So he said at that time. He was saying at the time, that was the mid-90s, but that didn't happen. 1999, I dropped my first book, February 2000. Second book, the first lecture, April 12th, 2000. And then 8-track and Radar came out July 1st, 2000 with their system. So 8-track and Radar didn't come out with anything until the 2000s. So they didn't have anything in the 90s. So that is the thesis that's the main idea of this particular video, is that 8-track did not have I was the only person with the scratch notation system in the 90s. And 8-track and Radar both released their system in 2000, as well as Steven Weber. And we're going to show all that stuff right now. All right, so let's play this again.
And notate scratches.
Yeah.
Who's it? Raedawn?
John Carluccio,
started the system.
8-track.
All 3 of those guys were all breaking ground at that time. I know it's...
So he said all 3 of those guys were breaking ground at the time. He never said he never got to the 2000s. All that stuff's the 2000s. John Carluccio is the person I went to help publish my book and get it out there. And, that was my second book on scratch notation. And 8-track and Radar came after me. So I'm clearly the first, but we're going to keep playing this.
There's a lot of innovators now, but just thinking of those early...
There's a lot of innovators now, and that's the point that really made me want to do this video. I was like, all right, I really got to clear up the misconceptions, because to say that there's a lot of innovators now, he might be talking about me, because obviously people know me for my work now. It's been 20 years, and in the past 20 years, people finally recognize me for my work. Many people do. But a lot of people still don't know. The people that are just regular, magazines and things like that, the ones that are getting the 8-track press releases, they only know that the information that 8-track is giving them, so they don't know the truth. That's why I'm making this video, to clear up the truth and clear up the misconceptions. All right. So basically, he's saying Babu, who's an amazing DJ, big Babu fan. I grew up, watching his videos and stuff like that. I'm just clearing up the mistake that that they made a mistake in this particular video, saying that there was those people were doing scratch notation in the 90s, because they were only doing that after me, and that was starting July 1st, 2000. All right. So we're gonna go back. All right. Now let's go back to here. We're gonna go and read this. We're gonna finish this, and we're gonna go to the rest of the history of scratch notation. So we're gonna go back to. So DJ Raedawn presented a score of his own scratch composition, yet years later it was discovered that a guy named Raul actually scored it. This is why you don't see DJ Raedawn these days actually talking about his system or teaching it or using it, because he doesn't really, he didn't write it. He didn't write all that stuff, He gave a lecture about it in front of Red Bull, but he didn't write that stuff. Somebody else actually did it for him. And he tried to claim that guy's work, and they fell out, so that's why you don't see him doing that stuff anymore. Now, so later that year, after Scratchcon, Steven Weber released a book. Let me say this. So, 9 days later, DJ Raedawn's Antimatter LP was released on 7/11/2000. So that's when DJ Raedawn's first use of classical music to score scratch music was presented to the world. So 7/11/2000 was when his came out, and then on Ohm Records catalog number OM048SVD. So that was his system. His system came out 2000. So what Babu was just saying was completely wrong. He just said that in the mid-90s, Radar, Carluccio, and A-Track were dealing with scratch notation. That wasn't the 90's. That was actually 2000, and that was, after me. All those guys came after me. And then he said, there's new innovators, kind of like alluding to me, like I'm one of these new people. But no, I'm not one of these new people. I've been doing this for 20 years. Nobody's been doing this for 20 years. Shout out to Soul Slinger in the house. This video is clearing up, since you're just coming in the house, this video is clearing up A-Track trying to plagiarize my system of music notation for DJ music. Right now my system is being taught, at DJ institutions all around the world, high schools, colleges. There's been, numerous college dissertations on it, mostly in Europe, and even elementary school. Now there's an elementary school in the UK. I think it's the Leicester maybe school is teaching it, and it's really heartwarming to see little kids that are like 8 years old using it. And so we're gonna go back to here to this timeline. All right, so this is exposing A-Track's lies and that have seeped into actual history. Where once again I'm gonna go to Wikipedia to reiterate. It says that A-Track. Oops, let me scroll up a little bit. A-Track. It says that the lie that A-Track, I'll open it up, I'll highlight it. A-Track, in the late 90's, A-Track developed a notation system for scratching. This is completely fake. That's completely fake. That's just his press release that says that. He has no proof. We've already ascertained that he showed his system in July 1st, 2000, and then again he presented his system in 2003 at Red Bull Music South Africa, and in 2003 he admitted the truth, saying that he had only invented this thing a few years ago. So let's play that again.
Alright, so what's happened? I think this notation system, it was kind of something I stumbled.
So here he goes.
2 years ago I came up with this notation system. It was kind of...
Yeah, Adam Butler, yes, anyone can edit Wikipedia, just make the edit, yeah. Maybe I can submit some type of thing, and and a moderator can look at that and maybe take that out, because somebody actually deleted TTM off of Wikipedia years ago, and I had to fight to get it back up. So that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of haters out there. There's a lot of hip hop gatekeepers that are trying to co-opt and control hip hop academia. Because they want to. All you see on the radio is hip hop is misogyny and hyper thuggism and all this stuff on the radio. There's a specific movement to make it seem like there's no intelligent stuff happening in hip hop, and then when the intelligent stuff does happen, it's being plagiarized. As you can see, A-Track is the #1 plagiarizer. He's been trying to plagiarize my work for years. All right, so he says, a few years ago I came up with this notation system. In 2003, he said a few years ago. So that means like what, 2001, maybe 2000, right? But when we go back to here, let's play it from the beginning. What does he say?
All right, so I'm here to talk about my notation system for scratching. So to start off, I'll just tell you people the story about how I came up with this, because it'll give you an idea right away in which situations this type of system is useful. It was around, I think it was 96. I was trying to remember when this happened. I think
that's what I'm saying. We caught him in a lie right here. I think it was around 96. So in 2003, he said he did it a few years ago. In 2000, he said he had done it 4 years earlier. So he's clearly lying. All right, now let's get back to the history. All right, so now we're about here. So later that year, Steven Weber released a book on his own classical music. Let me see if we can. His own classical music DJ notation system called Turntable Techniques: The Art of the DJ Disc Jockey, and we've got that loaded up. All right, so we're gonna load that up. So we're gonna find Steven Weber's thing. Let's see, Steven Weber, Amazon. So we're gonna go to Amazon. We're gonna go to Barnes and Nobles first. We're gonna go to Barnes and Nobles, and let's refresh this. All right, so this is Steven Weber's first book on scratch notation, Turntable Technique: The Art of the DJ. All right, let's see. Edition 2. No, that's another one. There's more. Let's see where edition 1 is. Let me see. Let me find. I'll just click Steven Weber maybe, and we'll find all his books. So to reiterate for the people that are just stepping in, I released the first book on scratch notation in '99, and then February 12th of 2000, I released the second book on scratch notation. On April 12th of 2000, I gave the first lecture on scratch notation at NYU. And then on July 1st, 2000, A-Track and Radar came out with scratch notation systems. And then A-Track tried to lie and plagiarize my system and said he had invented it 4 years earlier, in '96, with no proof. Now we're going to find Steven Weber's books. So this is the book that came out in 2000. There's one that has a cassette to it, so I'm not sure which one. I'm going to click the first one. So yeah, this came out in 2000. This came out, so we have here The Truth, which it came out in 2000. It came out right here on November 1st, 2000. So that was so my book was the first book on scratch notation. We're gonna run these back. So this is the order of events. So my book was the first book in '99, The Fundamentals. I gave that book to John Carluccio and Ethan Imboden, and we collaborated and made the second book on scratch notation called TTM 1.0. And then on April 12th of 2000, I gave the first lecture, and then July 1st of 2000, A-Track presented his system. But Steven Weber's book came out all the way in on November 1st, 2000. And that's The Truth. If you go to Barnes & Noble's, you see that's The Truth. It came out the fall of that year. It came out, or winter of that year. But if you go to Amazon, what happens if we go to Amazon? If we go to Amazon, he's been changing dates. He's been, slowly sneaking and trying to change the dates. And look at these dates. Look at this. He says January 1st, 2000. Weber's method of turntable techniques, the art of the disc jockey. So basically this is a thing that needs to be changed too, because Adam Butler, you're talking about Wikipedia needs to change. Well, also, Amazon here has a misrepresentation of The Truth, because it says January 1st, 2000. January 1st, 2000, he did not release that book because you can see Barnes & Noble's has The Truth. His book came out later that year. So this is the maybe this might be the third book on scratch notation that came out, because that came out later that year. A-Track never released a book. A-Track only released some notes and jots like this. This is what A-Track released, basically plagiarizing my system. All right. So we're gonna go back. All right. So, and look, you also see this is also proving. Look at this. This is proven. Steven Weber he invented scratch notation in when? 1810. 1810. So these people are there's a lot of people lying about stuff. I've tried to, once Steven Weber booked me and I believe maybe Perseus, a very dope, turntablist named Perseus. He booked us years back. I'm going to flip back to me and tell this little story. So Steven Weber, we were friends back in the early 2000s. He actually took a picture of me and had me with one of my reactor setups in his one of his later books. And me scratching and vocoding my scratches with Reactor and using my foot pedal to control a vocoder in Logic. Not a foot pedal, but a foot piano. In one of his books, you'll see me with the foot piano with my socks on, hitting the foot piano and controlling the pitch of my vocoded scratches. I'm gonna get more into that this year too, but we're gonna actually use theremin too, and that's the actual. If you can see that MIDI step, that's what I had used back then. If you can see that, but this we're hooking this. We're gonna do a lot of modular stuff this year. This Novation, this Arturia. We're gonna hook that up to this theremin and hook that up to the vocoder, and then we're gonna get back to that vocoder stuff that I was doing over a decade ago. But yeah, in his book, he's got me in there, and I judged a DJ battle for him in Boston, because he's the head professor of the DJ classes at Berklee School of Music. But what's interesting is that so Steven Weber came out of the woodwork, Radar came out of the woodwork, and A-Track came out of the woodwork after I released my system, and no DJ school has ever invited me to teach. Scratch Academies never invited me to teach or lecture, even though they use my system. Scratch Academies never invited me. None of the SAE schools have ever invited me. None of Dubspot never invited me, even though they're releasing TTM videos. They were doing that. And I actually applied for an application. I'll do a whole nother expose on that, on Dan from Dubspot, and him being sued by his students, and and all that type of stuff. They were taking their students' money, and you can look that up if you type Dubspot Dan, or if you just type up Dubspot. The newest articles are gonna talk about them doing that. But yeah, I've never been invited by DJ school, and which is a very interesting thing. So Steven Weber, we were friends at that point, and over the past maybe 10, 15 years, I've tried to contact him. He's never responded to me. I think he might have won a Grammy, something like that. Maybe he's, feels like he's, too high of a level or something. But yeah, Steven Weber has never, ever contacted me. And you can see here, maybe this is why he's never contacted me. He's trying to say he invented scratch notation in 1810, January 1st, 1810. And then January 1st, 2000. So this is not true on Amazon. Says that it came out January 1st, 2000. We have the truth here on Barnes & Noble's saying that the book came out in November of 2000. So right here we have publication date 11/1/2000. Right, the Hal Leonard Corporation. And if anybody knows who the Hal Leonard Corporation, if you go to Guitar Center, Hal Leonard kind of has like a monopoly of all the sheet music transcription stuff, and and I tried to go to Guitar Center and get my Matrix poster in there and stuff like that, but they rejected me. And so next year I'm going to start to so if you're not down with Hal Leonard, you cannot get your book in any Guitar Center or anything like that, because all the books there are basically all Hal Leonard books. There might be like one other company there, but it might be one of their own subsidiaries, type of a thing. So yeah, so I've been there's been a lot of hip hop gatekeepers over the years, and that's why I have to come out and expose all this stuff, because if we don't put the truth out there, then Wikipedia and all these things, people just won't know, and it can just, all these untruths can go unspoken. All right, so now we're going to go back to this. So his book came out in November. All right, so we're going to go back to that. This is the first book on scratch notation that came out in '99, and I gave it to John Carluccio, and we made our second book. I designed everything in the book. I'm the inventor of scratch notation, and I'm making this video to show that A-Track's been trying to plagiarize my work. Okay, not trying to, has been literally plagiarizing my work. Okay, now we're going to go back to this timeline. So we just showed that Steven Weber has been lying on the net and saying that his book came out in January 1st, which would have predated my book on February 17th. But we know that's not true. Thank God that Barnes & Noble has the truth, right? And Amazon says 1810 for one of his other books. So we can totally discredit Amazon because, all right, so now we're going to go back. Number 7, John Carluccio never invited me to the filming of Skratch, the movie, even though I was living only 30 minutes away at the dorms at Union Square. So we're gonna pull up a map of Brooklyn. This is a very detailed investigation. I'm going to type Brooklyn. I'm going to type, let's see, Brooklyn map. And type Brooklyn map. All right. So here's a map of Brooklyn. All right, or a map of New York in general. All right. So this is where I was. I was at this time in 2000. In 2000, I was living at Union Square. So Union Square is like, I don't know, over here somewhere. Let's zoom in. We're going to show how close I was. And this was part of the reason why I stopped working with John Carluccio when I got older and kind of matured and realized that he was actually lying to people, telling them that even he invented my system, even though I handed him a book of my system when we first met. Oh, not when we first met, because I had booked John months earlier at a show at NYU, and he never had any scratch notation system. All right. Let's see. I never understood why Steve, John, etc. would cut you out of the equation and continue to promote a notation system you developed. So Adam Butler, most likely that's just for for press, and he actually took my designs and actually had this guy redo them and then and stuff like that. He's just plagiarizing my design. So John's not a designer, nor can he scratch, nor can he read music or transcribe. He's that's for the record too. So for the record, John Carluccio is not a scratch DJ, nor can he read music, nor did he write any of the notations or anything in my book. And I handed him and Ethan my book, and they kept a copy when I first met them. And then we decided to link back up and create a new book. And I created everything in the book. I had to, rewind Rob Swift's scratching 1,000,000 times, and that was back in the day when you couldn't just, drag it back. I actually had a VHS pushing rewind, like, what did he do? What's that scratch? Like, and yeah, so that's basically how that happened. So we're gonna go back. This is talking about Skratch the movie, and we're moving on to kind of one of the reasons why I stopped working with John Carluccio. He helped me publish the book. He helped me publish my second book on scratch notation. And then for about a decade, he was telling people he invented it. He probably still tells people that, but he did not invent my system. And all around the world, there's people using this system. And if you go to, we're going to go back to the Beat Junkies, for people that are just coming in. We're going. My name is being eliminated out of hip hop history, and that's why I'm creating this video. This is going to be a response to the Beat Junkies video of them accidentally. It's not their fault. Because they're not historians. They're DJs, and they're just teaching about their experiences and stuff like that. So it's big up to the whole Beat Junkies Institute of Sound. They're doing amazing things. I fully support everything those cats are doing. There's no beef or anything like that. This is just clearing up a misconception. And we're going to play that misconception again for people that just came into the audience. All right, so let's see. So I'm going to play it.
Oh, the chawa chawa, whatever, but at a certain point, I think a language started developing in the mid-90s.
For sure.
Right? And, there started to become, standard names for techniques. Yeah. And I think that's, the early days of, really taking this serious in terms of, hey, this is something that can be considered higher learning. This could be taught. Let's build. And I remember early on, there is turntable transcription that started at that time.
So that started at that time. He's saying the mid '90s. So once again, for the people that are just stepping in the room, none of that was happening in the mid '90s. I released my first book '99, and then everything else happened 2000. All right. So A-Track, none of that stuff was happening in the '90s. All right. So let's go back. But if you go to Wikipedia, we'll go back to Wikipedia. It says the lie in February 2000. A-Track, in the late 90s, A-Trap developed a notation system for scratching. All right, so that's totally false. Now let's go back to the Beat Junkies, and we're gonna press play again.
People started being able to write and notate scratches.
Yeah.
Who was it? Raedawn?
John Carluccio,
Raedawn,
A-Track.
So he said John Carluccio, Raedawn, and A-Track. All three of those people came out in the 2000s. I'm the only one that had a functioning scratch notation system in the 90s. So, there's nobody had any proof of all this.
A-Track. All three of those guys were all breaking ground at that time. I know there's a lot of innovators now.
He said, I know there's a lot of innovators now, right? And that's basically talking about me, because right now, as far as TTM, everybody knows my stuff, and they know that people know the Matrix. Which was more popular than the TTM 1.0 book, and they were kind of positioning me as hey, I'm a new cat and I'm some new innovator, but it's no, I'm not a new innovator. I've been doing this longer than anybody else. I created all of this. That's why this is to Babu. This is just to clear up the facts. I'm going over the same thing multiple times because there's new people coming in and out that aren't aware of what I was talking about. So to Kaya Bailey that just came in, for the past 20 years, A-Track has been lying to the public about him inventing scratch notation and doing it in the 90s. And we've already proven that he actually called out his own lie in South Africa in a lecture at Red Bull. Now we're gonna go to Google, and we're gonna type in A-Track and notation. And we're going to see what that pulls up. We're going to pull up... I'm going to try to find his press release, too, because I had that somewhere at some point, but I can't find it right now. But he's been, for the past 20 years, he's been sending out a press release that's on Wikipedia now, saying that he invented scratch notation in the 90s. All right, so we're gonna flip it around. We're gonna go to actually no. Before I do that, let me finish this so I'm not going on tangents. You know, part of the reasons of me breaking with John, you know, in Scratch the movie, they pictured TTM. So I was right here. I was, let's see, Washington Square Park. I was a little bit out of that. I was at Union Square right here. Right? I was at Union Square. I was living here. John was somewhere in Park Slope, somewhere in southern Brooklyn. That's where he lives, somewhere in southern Brooklyn. And so you see, it's very, very close. It's very, very close to get from a train. I could have gotten to John's house in a half an hour. In 45 minutes, I could have gotten to John's house very easily. Within less than an hour, I could have been at John's house. I could have walked to John's house in 2 hours. You know, that's how close that is. You know. Now, when Scratch the movie happened, we're gonna go back and open up Scratch the movie. I'm gonna type Scratch. So let's see. I'm gonna type Scratch the movie. We're gonna bring that up. So this is Scratch the movie that came out in 2001, and there's a scene in Scratch the movie, if anybody's seen it, where there's a scene of John Carluccio actually holding up a book and showing my designs. He's literally holding up this book right here. This book right here. This is the first book on scratch notation. I mean, the second book on scratch notation. And he's got the book open in the video, in the movie, in Doug Prey's movie. He's in the film he's pointing to my system as if he invented it. And he didn't invite me to the video. He was one of the producers on the film, actually. So I didn't even know that until years later. And when I found that out years later, and I found out that John Carluccio was trying to tell people that he invented my system, even though I handed him my system before I even did that book with John. You know, I was young at the time. I was only 20. John was a grown man. He had already, been in like the Whitney Biennial and all that type of stuff. So I was just, I reached out to John so I could get my stuff out there, because he had all the contacts within the turntablism world, because he's an amazing documentarian. So, shout out to John's work and all the, things that he's put down over the years. You should definitely check out his documentary series called Battle Sounds. So it's a very, very amazing series. That's Battle Sounds. And, so I reached out to him because I was like, hey, I thought that, I'd be able to, get my stuff out there. Now, so in that movie, if you go and watch Scratch the movie, you should watch Scratch the movie again. And he's pointing to my booklet, or our book, the book we did, and he's pointing to my notations like it was his, and he didn't invite me to be there. Like, we could have both been sitting side by side to each other, like, hey, yeah, we made this thing, and da-da-da-da, he designed all this stuff, and or whatever. But he chose to leave me out. He chose to make it seem as if he invented that. So now when people talk about TTM, people that don't know it, people that don't scratch, they'll say his name. But people that do scratch know that it's me. Because, John's he's not a scratch DJ, he can't read music, he didn't do anything. He didn't do any of the notations in the book. I did everything. And me and John had a column in Scratch magazine. There was a magazine called Scratch Magazine years back that had. I'll pull out some of those. Right here, I got some covers. Let's see. So there's a. Let me see. This was one copy of Scratch Magazine. Let me flip this around. So this is Scratch Magazine. So you see it says at the top, it says exclusive DJ battle transcriptions. And then look, A-Track's name is next to it, and Shortcut's name is next to it. These are different people, but, it's almost leading one to believe that A-Track or maybe Shortcut has something to do with it. But this is my transcriptions that are in the book. We're going to open this up. So, we had Kanye in the cover of that one. Let's see another one. We have another issue of Scratch Magazine. And at the front, at the top of the magazines, it says Scratch exclusive, DJ battle transcriptions. Look, Scott Storch secrets. People that were hot at the time. Let me see, do I have another one? No, there was one with like Eminem on the cover. There was they had a lot of major people. They had Timberland on the cover, Dr. Dre on the cover of one. Yeah, so Mark Moore, you got the battle sounds, exactly. So this magazine, this was Scratch Magazine that came out. They only were out for like a year. This was like 2005, and I'll show you what I was doing for them. So me and John had a column in there, and you know, John ended up taking all the money, and and I never heard from him. He never gave me any of the money for all my transcriptions that were in here. Let's see if we can find it. We're gonna go in here. Let's see. Let's find this. It's in here somewhere. It's probably at the back. Let's see. There we go. Here we go. It's coming soon. And I'm going to do a video in the future where I actually go through this magazine. It'll be like higher res. This is just part of this video. It's more of like a clearing up history thing, expose thing. It must be in the back, because I'm not seeing anything. Let me see. I'm going to find it. Let's find this. So yeah, this is going to be a long investigation. This is going to be a thorough investigation of everything, of the truth. So let's find, here we go, towards the end. Alright, so this is me. I transcribed Jazzy J's It's Yours by Tila Rock. Let me put it over here where it's a little bit brighter. Alright, so I'm going to move this thing. Alright, so yeah, so we're going to see this. So yeah, I transcribed Jazzy J's It's Yours 84. So look, these are all my designs. This is my old roommate's Jake Davis, who actually directed that Drake Trey Songz, one of Drake's earliest hits. He directed that video by with him and Trey Songz. You know, I don't keep an R&B like that, so I can't remember the name of the song. But Jake, this was his 1200, and he, or this was his. I actually inverted it, so it wasn't even a 1200, even though it's black. I think it was just a regular table, and I used his table in his design because he had a regular Technics 1200. I had a black one. I had some 1210s, but so yeah, this is my system in here. You can see, you know, this is scratch notation. This is what's, you know, used around the world to write scratches. And so yeah, we had this column in here. John Carluccio never gave me 1 cent for all this work I did. All right, and you know, I transcribed Roxanne by UTFO. If you guys know how long that took me to do that, it took me a long time. And this was also when I invented lyrical transcription methodology, which we'll be doing a lot more next decade, but also this year as well. But you know, I started writing the notes, stretching the letters out to exactly how they kind of fit out on the grid. But since then, I've refined it a lot more. But you can see, I kind of had it. It was easier for me to do that, to be able to sync the scratches up with what they're saying. So it's like if I was to lose, I wouldn't be upset, because I'm not a gambler. I don't bet. You know, and then it's like tick, it's like chick 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 chick. You know, you see the scratches in there. You know, so yeah, so that's the episode. Let me see. Here's another copy of Scratch magazine. So yeah, I did like 5 of these, maybe 4. You know, I did like 5 Scratch magazines and never got 1 penny from John. So yeah, I stopped working with John. You know, he was telling people he invented my system, taking money. You know, like that wasn't cool to me. So that's why you don't see anything with John and being associated with any type of scratch notation stuff these days. All right. And notice too is that you've never seen. Why is it that you never see DJ Raedawn or DJ A-Track or John Carluccio, you know, giving presentations on scratch notation these days? Because they know, you know, because they know that somebody in the audience might pull their card. So let me find this one that was in this other episode. So the first 5 Scratch magazines, maybe the first 4, had my transcriptions in it. And we're gonna try to find this one that's in this one. I don't think these were the first 2. I think, you know, the Dr. Dre one might have been the first one. So let's find that. So we're going on a little. This is an investigation on the truth. All right. So we're gonna find this. And you know what's funny is that my mom probably bought this copy, and I bought a copy like John. I didn't even get copies of the magazine all the stuff that I was putting my stuff in. John didn't even get me a copy of it. So after that, I was like, yo, John hasn't given me a copy. He didn't invite me to be in Scratch the movie. I was like, yo, you know, I'm not going to work with this guy. But I didn't realize that until like 2008, that he had been telling people all that, that he'd been lying all these years, telling people that, you know, he invented my system. Because when I first met with John and Ethan and Imboden, they didn't have anything in their hands. They didn't show me any type of anything. We just met up and they were helping me write a book, you know. write my second book, you know. It was a second booklet, you know, it was like a book. All right, so, oh, here we go. So I transcribed in this, this is Cash Money. Shout out to Cash Money, who's a homie. I'm glad he came out of retirement. And I just saw him chilling in some, like, you know, foreign country, like Southeast Asia or something, in some, like, palace, you know, with a pool in his room, you know. So shout out to Cash Money. He's one of the few legends and pioneers that's still getting paid off the art and is still able to, you know, capitalize off of his genius. You know, he's one of the cats that brought the transform scratch, you know, to the game. He didn't. Spinbad invented it, but, you know, him and Jazzy Jeff, you know, brought it out there to the public. And, you know, and he's also ill DMC winner and, you know, New Music Seminar winner. And, you know, this is me transcribing. I'm going to release this one soon. I never uploaded this as like an actual animated video. But, you know, I started all this TTM animated video stuff and all the, you know, all scratch notation, you know, all these things. And I'm just, you know, getting the credit. I'm just putting this information out there so that I can get the credit, you know, that I deserve for, you know, my 20 years of hard work. 20 years. All right, and, you know, just within one press release, A-Track is trying to, you know, claim all of that. All right, so now this is Ugly People Be Quiet. You know, so soon for TTM Academy heads, my cats that tune in, I'll be releasing this audio sync-up of the Ugly People Be Quiet. Now, you know, Deep Concentration by Gangstar, I already uploaded that one. You know, I transcribed that, so I never got paid for any of this. All these magazines, I didn't get one penny. I didn't get one. John never gave me because, you know, John was older than me and he had all the contacts, so he's the one that hooked this magazine thing up. He knew all the people, and yeah, I never got. So that's what's happening. That's what happened behind the scenes with all that, and there'll be a whole nother video on that in the future. So now, you know, we can get out of that. We'll go back to where we were before. So now let's go back to this timeline. So we're gonna go back to here. All right. So and to reiterate. I was living right here. I was living right here at Union Square. This is where I was. And John was living in South Brooklyn, like Prospect, like, not even Flatbush, more like, you know, around Prospect Park or something like that. More like South Brooklyn, somewhere over here. Not super South Brooklyn. He was very, very close to me. We were like a half an hour on the train, and he never invited me. He was an executive producer. I'm going to flip back around. So he was an executive producer. Not an executive producer, but one of the producers, you know, like one of the smaller producers on Doug Prey's movie Skratch. And he was like, oh yeah, they, you know, when I asked him why he didn't invite me to be in the movie and show my own notations, he was like, oh yeah, everything was real fast and, you know, I didn't have time, you know, they just kind of came out of the blue. But it's like, no, he knew that they were going to come by that morning or whatever. You know, I would have skipped class or whatever. You know, I was still in school at the time, but I would have obviously skipped class or whatever. You know, so, you know, that was a shady thing right there. But I didn't figure that out till years later, like almost half a decade later. All right. Oh, shout out to Steve. We got Berlin in the house. We got all types of people. All right. So, you know, so Steve, this is clearing up. DJ A-Track has been out there trying to, you know, lie to people and telling him that he's been plagiarizing my system for 2 decades. So this is kind of clearing up that misconception. So now we're going to turn back to here. All right. So I was just showing this map to show like how close I was to John Carluccio, and he could have invited me to be in the movie Skratch. Even if they had knocked on his door impromptu, I could have been there quick. So it's clear that he didn't want me to be in the video with him, and he wanted to be the only person in the video in Skratch. But, you know, I'm glad that you know, shout out to Grandmaster Flash, who refused to be in that movie. It's a legendary movie. Skratch is a great movie, but you know, we're going to have more turntablist movies coming in the future, you know. So definitely be prepared for that, because, you know, Grandmaster Flash refused to be in that movie because I think he knew that they might not line him up correctly, and he didn't want his legacy to be kind of distorted by whoever the filmmakers were. You know, because I will say that movie kind of had a, you know, there weren't a lot of black DJs in that movie. I mean, there were, but not a lot. You know, a lot of the people that they focused on, you know, and turntablism is an art form that was started by, you know, by black people, you know, and that's an important thing. And the fact that I was X'd out of the movie, you know, people have been plagiarizing my stuff for 10 years, and it's all been, you know, males of the Euro diaspora that are that have been trying to plagiarize it is, this thing does take on some, ethnic and racial connotations. So this is a historical video to clear up the facts about history and to clear up the facts about, 8-Track's Wikipedia being lying and all that type of stuff. So what we're going to do now is we're going to, let me take a drink of water. I'm going to take a little drink. Shout out to all the homies out there. Shout out to Mark. Get you another wave. So now, what we're going to do is I'm going to type in notation. I'm going to type 2 keywords. I'm going to type 8-Track, and I'm going to type notation. And we're going to see what that pops up. So let's look at the screen. All right, so now, so here we go. So I'm going to type A-track, and I'm going to type, notation. So I'm going to type 8-track notation. Now look what comes up. About 110,000 results. Alright, 110,000 results. Right? Even before that, let me type in Scratch notation and see what comes up. Let's see, does my picture come up? See, S-K-R, let me type it C. S-C-R-A-T-C-H, notation. Let's see what comes up. This is just, so look, there's Emma's hand, Emma short T. It was one of my videos, you notice they don't show my face. These are my designs. I designed that. I designed that. And then look, when 8-Track's plagiarization comes up right there. Some of DJ Chile's work comes up, which is great. Shout out to DJ Chile. Alright, Mark was just talking about him. But you notice that. You notice how, these algorithms that, this, School of Scratch comes up first. But we're going to go back. Alright, so 8-Track, we found that in Wikipedia. So he was lying. He said this in the late 90s. 8-Track developed a notation system for scratching. He gave a lecture about it at Scratchcon 2000 conference and published it. So we cleared all that up already, that was fake. I mean, that he lied about it because he told the truth 3 years later in South Africa. Alright, now we're going to start clicking on these things. So let's start with his own website. This might take an hour in itself, just going through all these. We're going to go seriously in on these. So just, we're going to start out with Fool's Gold Records. Alright, we're going to click on that. Alright, so Fool's Gold Record, we got 8-Track right here, and let's see. So let's look at where he's talking about notation. Let's see. Should probably be at the beginning. Turntable prodigy, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so Elaine grew up from a nerdy teen who created an elaborate scratch notation system. Okay, so it says he created an elaborate scratch notation system there, alright? So, that's not totally false because, he plagiarized his system off of me, but, all that stuff about the 90s that's in Wikipedia, notice that they don't say that in the 90s. But maybe it's because his press people are like, hey, we don't want to associate you with the 90s because, we want you to seem fresh or something like that, and that's what he wants for his own label, maybe. Alright, so let's go. We saw his label. Now, the next link, it says there's 100,000 of these, but I'm sure there's not 100,000 of them, but there's definitely a lot of them. And that's why I'm making this video, to stop this. I might have to actually send 8-Track a cease and desist as far as his press release about saying, all that stuff in the 90s, and also just my system in general for trying to plagiarize my system in front of audiences. But, okay, so let's click number 2. So we're going to click number... Actually, no, I missed this. So this is Alex Sonnenfeld. Shout out to Alex Sonnenfeld, who just had Sample Music Festival this weekend. He's the head of that. And shout out to him. He was mentioning 8-Track's work in one of his pieces, and we could click on that, I guess, and we'll see his mention. All right, so let's see. All right, so does Alex talk about the history of it? So this is another system that came out, Alex's system, and we're gonna find out when Alex's system came out. We're gonna type. We're gonna go to TTM, so that we're going to talk about all the scratch notation systems out there when they came out, just to clear things up. We'll have a more linear documentary in the future. All right, and so basically, I'm going to type in TTM Academy, and I'm going to find this, show you guys this this hip hop timeline that I created. It's a DJ timeline. So Adam Butler wrote, Alex Sonnenfeld has a system based on classical notation. Yeah, Alex is my homie. Alex is a big homie of mine. he's a really, really cool guy. Yeah, he invented a system of that came after mine as well. And you know, he never tries to lie and say he invented it in the 80s or something. He tells the truth, and he invented it. Let's see, photos. Where is? Let me go to tables of techniques. I'm gonna go to. We're gonna find. I've got a timeline here that has everything pretty much written down. These are a bunch of newer designs and things like that. Let's see. And for those who don't know, too, the whole phase technology, I first designed and predicted the whole phase thing. There was already people using gyroscopes to scratch, though, before me. But let's see. Okay, so basically here, this is like a hip-hop timeline that I created from 1965 to all the way to 2017. And these are all... This is a timeline of hip-hop, like, of DJ innovators, like, more like in the turntablist tip, like people that scratch and juggle or make break records or something like that. So you see all these different names here. I have all the new music seminar winners, all the DMC winners. Everything is all in order, so you can kind of see the way that things actually happen. Because everything, if you don't see it all in one timeline, it's hard to know what happens. So we're going to go to Alex Sonnenfeld, who, let's see, S notation. Where's S notation over here? It should be early 2000s. So Antimatter, DJ Raedawn came out you see right there, came out 7-11. All right, 7-11. So that wasn't the 90s. So we've already proven that he wasn't the 90s. Now, let's see, S notation. Alex S notation was like either 2000 or 2002. It must be 2002. So 2 years after me, Alex came out. And then there's another guy from France who made a really cool system that's you guys should definitely check out. So yeah, Adam's system is very cool. Laurent Bert. This guy, Laurent Bert, he's from France. And he made this really, really cool system called Scratch Graphique. You should definitely check out Scratch Graphique by Laurent Bert. And, it's on the TTM Academy page. You can find it there. And he made a cool system too. So all that stuff came out after me, but, I'm sitting here in 1999 is when the fundamentals came out. The fundamentals, I made that 99, and then February 2000, I gave, we dropped TTM. All right, so you see that timeline, and we can see, Alex Sonnenfeld is an amazing composer, and his system is really, really amazing. I think out of all the systems that are using classical notation, his is the best because he's actually been tweaking it to fit DJs, where he's taking each note and flipping it back and flipping it like a mirror image along not a horizontal but a vertical axis. He's flipping it along the vertical axis and making it so you can see whether the note is a forward or a backwards note. Whereas Weber's notation and Radar's notation, they have to have some annotations below and above the scratch to know whether you're going forward or backwards. So yeah, big shout out to Alex Sonnenfeld and all the hard work he's doing at Sample Music Festival. All right, so now we're gonna go. So he talks about these other notations, the notation systems right here. We're gonna find that right here. Let's see. So yeah, so we can have so DJ A-Track and Raedawn. He talks about me. So shout out to Alex for writing me into saying Raedawn's turntablist transcription methodology. That's the truth. He's Alex is a homie, and he's telling the truth. So shout out to Alex and Sample Music Festival and everybody out there in Germany. He's based out of Berlin. And shout out to Steve, who was just on his homie. It's one of Alex's homies. All right, so now we're gonna go back to this whole thing, right? So, all right, so that one was telling the truth. That was one that was saying some stuff. Now, let's see. So, we're going to click on this. So it says, as a Grammy-nominated producer, A-Track's seminal mix of blah, 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 from Nerdy Teen, who created an elaborate scratch notation system. So we see that's, so right now we're at 2. That's 2 sites that are misrepresenting the truth, as well as Wikipedia. Where's the Wikipedia? That's 3 sites. So we're going to count that down. That's 3 sites. All right, we're going to do a count of all these. I'm counting. This is like, a lot of this is 20 years of plagiarism by A-Track. All right, so we've got another one, the Greek productions. Let's see what this looks like. So these are events, so he's creating a whirlwind of false press that is kind of hard to, you can't really delete this stuff or question it, and it's trickled all the way to Wikipedia. It just shows that you could if you lie for 20 years, it could become the truth to many. So we see here, it says, in the late 90s, A-Track developed a notation system for scratching. That we've already proven that that's totally false, because in 2003, we're going to go back to that. We'll go back to 2003, where he says that, let's see, in 2003, let's find him in 2003, let's see. So this is in 2003. So yeah, in 2003 he said, a few years ago, whoops. Let's run that back. So 2003. So yeah, this is him in front of Red Bull Music Academy 2003. We're going to play it.
A few years ago I came up with this notation system.
So he says, a few years ago I came up with this notation system. That's A-Track in 2003. A few years ago. So we know a few years ago just means a couple years. It doesn't mean 1996. Whereas if you go to, his Wikipedia, it says the 90s. It says, in the late 90s, A-Track developed a notation system. And then, at Scratchcon, he presented that he had actually invented it in 96. So, there's all these different dates. We can see that he's lying. So let's go back to over here. All right, so we see that this is a lie. So we've got, let's see how many lies we've got so far. So that's, we see, this is a lot of press outlets. So we've got like 3 so far, 3, 4. Let's see, let's click on Spill Magazine. I'm going to click on Spill Magazine and see what they have to say. So we're going to look at this. I'm going to zoom through. Let's see. Now, so yeah, for the new people coming in, we're proving that A-Track has been lying for the past 20 years in his press release and plagiarizing my TTM Scratch notation system and trying to claim it as his own. He presented it at Scratchcon 2000, after I had released my first 2 books and after I had given the first lecture on Scratch notation. And so let's see, let's find where it says it. It's probably at the front. Now, 97, and A-Track even developed a notation system for scratching in the late 90s. So there we go again. All right. So maybe I'll screenshot these while I'm going through these. So I'm going to start to screenshot them so that I can just be a little bit more organized and have them for the future. All right. Now we're going to go to the next page. We're going to go back. All right. Hip Hop, Turntablism, Creativity, and Collaboration. Books by Sophie Smith. However, A-Track explains that he only uses systems to avoid confusion, adding, I don't think we should learn how to read a notation system. I think, so this is a book that somebody's mentioning his system, which is my system. All right, so this is a book by Sophie Smith, where she's said, let's see, so A-Track's experiments, so let's read this. So this is another book where my name has been eliminated from hip-hop history. So let's look at that. So let's read this. So now let's scroll back up. So, oh good, they say Pirtle. They say Pirtle in there, so I'm not written out. Okay, let's see what it says. Okay. In the TTM Handbook, 2001, that's false. See, we gotta be able to fact check these people. See, look, 2001 TTM Handbook came out in 2000, February 17th, 2000. All right, so and we don't really need to go into this stuff. We can go into this stuff more specifically in the future. But this is somebody showing that yes, that my name Pirtle is right there. All right, now so let's look up. Let's see if they say he's doing this in the 90s. So they got the date wrong of my book, my second book of notation. A-Track, like Carluccio, Imboden, and Pirtle, places his notation in a graph. The x-axis represents the regular forward motion of record over time, and the y-axis represents the stretch of the record to be scratched. So that's exactly the same as what my system was, right? or is, you know. So we can see that, yes, he's plagiarizing it, you know. And they tried to put him being 2000 and this being 2001. So you see, there's a lot of mistakes that are these hip-hop, you know, historians, you know, that aren't really into hip-hop are writing. So you see A-Track again, 2000, all right? Even though I'm the only one that has 99 and 2000, you know, or at least multiple things, all right? Okay, so now let's see. So both performances. So let's see. So I was like, how am I going to remember this exactly? What if I forget one of this? This is what A-Track told them. So this is what he told them at Scratchcon 2000. I was like, how am I going to remember this exactly? What if I forget one of the scratches? So instinctively, I drew my scratches on a bit of paper the way I happened to see them in my head. I drew them down, and this is what I got to do in the studio, and looked at my sheet and remembered exactly which scratches to do. And it was only later when I thought back and realized I was onto something with this whole notation thing. And that's what he said in 2000. Even though in 2003, we just saw him say that he only made this thing a couple years ago. So this is when he was saying, in 2000, he was saying he invented it in 96. So that's the center, the core of this whole thing. So, all right, so we got over that through that book. All right, so that's hip-hop, turntablism, creativity, and collaboration. You know, the reason this video is going to be coming out on YouTube so that we can clear up the misconceptions and hopefully, you know, hip-hop historians will stop, you know, putting out false information, because that's what's been happening. So now we're going to go to genius.com, and they kind of have a new monopoly over the you know, rap music, and they say it again. So now, so A-Track's career, let's see, where does it say it? For developing, so maybe they'll say it later, read more. So let's read it. Producer, owner, Fool's Grove, developing careers from a decade. Armin Van Halen. That's weird. You don't see it in here. Website over time. Noble work with Kanye West. Maybe it says it farther down. 1997. Nope, I don't see anything about it. That's interesting. But it says it in the thing. It says it. Does it say it in here? Let's see. Let's look. No, it doesn't actually say scratch notation. It's just, you know, they probably have the keyword notation in there. That's why it's popping up. All right, so so we just saw that. We just saw Genius. All right, and now we're going to click Goldie Awards. So this is Complex magazine that kind of runs. That's also one of the hip hop gatekeepers now, since I think Complex is who runs. You know, all the DJ academic stuff. You know, that whole show that Academics has on YouTube. And let's look back at here. Let's see where it says it. So let's see. Let's find here. Let's go through here. I'm gonna dig. All right. So formative years. Far deep. We're gonna search through this. Quavo, Lil Yachty, blah blah blah. All right. Let's see if it's in here. So back in June, I'm going to have to speed read through this. So we're just going through, you know, this is, we're just finding all the instances where, you know, he's been spreading mistruths, because there's thousands of them. So who knows? I might be doing this video for 5 hours. Let's see. I don't even see any of it here. Let's see. Maybe we can just use the preliminary titles to up here. So we're here. So we see that it says he's kind of he's the kind of guy who developed a notation system for scratching. So we see that's there. So we don't have to even find it in the article. It was taking too long to find that one sentence. All right, so now we're going to go to the next page. So that's page 1. And look, hip-hop DJ names. So I was talking about hip-hop gatekeepers. Notice when you see hip-hop DJ names, it says, look, what does Diplo have to do with, you know, hip-hop? You know, he's more known for club dancehall music, you know. And we exposed Diplo earlier. We'll do more videos on that. We exposed A-Track and Diplo for putting out racist material. All right, so we've got all these DJs, and notice how you don't see any. Qbert here too. You don't see any Black American DJs. There's you can call it a Google or YouTube algorithm or whatever, what have you, but something fishy's is going on. So we're gonna click page 2. All right, so proof 8-track try to plagiarize DJ Raedawn Scratch notation system. That's an informational video we put out. We showed you a little bit of that. Now, 8-track WikiWand. In the late 90s, 8-track developed a notation system for scratching. He gave a lecture about it at the Scratchcon 2000 conference. So that's another lie. So we've seen that another lie. In the late 90s, so that's the main lie. And that lie got all the way to Wikipedia, where it says right here, in the late 90s, 8-track developed a system. That's a lie. All right, so let's go back to where we were. All right, now, so that was that. From soul to hip hop. As 8-track recounts, I used to name my scratches, and I would keep a list of all my scratches. 8-track's compact scratch notation takes into account the shape. Let's click on this. From soul to hip hop. I've never read this book, so let's read this. So, let's see. Whoops. Let me. Oh yeah, so they got all this. Look, they got him in a whole book here. All right, so yeah, this is by I believe a Japanese woman. I think she wrote this book, and so she's talking about scratch notation. And let's look at a little bit higher up. So turntable. This is chapter 3. Turntablature, Notation, Legitimization, and the Art of Hip Hop DJ by Felicia M. Miyakawa. And so in her, we're going to see if she actually says the truth in the right order. We're going to scroll down a little bit. Let's see, maybe I can just move like this slowly. Okay, yeah, this is better. My mouse that scrolls is dead right now. I'm charging it. All right, so let's see. So we've got notation, proponents of turn. She's just talking about notation in general. Now let's see where she gets to the names. You guys can read this stuff on your own. You can pause it in the future. So among the proponents for a new scratch notation system is Canada's DJ 8-track, one of turntablism's superstars, born Elaine Malkovich. 8-track used his bar mitzvah money to buy his first turntables and mixer. After winning his first championship in 1997 at the tender age of 15, 8-track dominated the competitive DJ scene in the late 90s, which is true. Becoming the first DJ to win 3 different titles, 8-track's prowess earned him an honorary membership in the legendary crew, the Invisible Scratch Pickles. He later formed the Allies, and then joined Kanye. But in the midst of his hectic competition and performance schedules, this is where we're going to see if they're telling the truth. In the midst of his hectic competition and performance schedule, or people that are in the UK, schedule. In America, we say schedule. 8-track founded a record label, Audio Research, made recordings, and continued to rock parties, preparing numerous battle routines, live shows, and recording sessions. Presenting 8-track with the recording sessions presented 8-track with the challenge of keeping his sound fresh and innovative, as 8-track recounts. To all the new people that are just walking in, 8-track is a famous DJ that's been lying about. He's been plagiarizing my system for over 20 years, my scratch notation system that's being used all over the world. He's been trying to plagiarize it for the past 20 years, and people haven't read these books because these are very, kind of obscure, books on hip hop history that, we're going to have to, put the new books out there that tell the truth. So now I use my name. So let's read this. So keeping his sounds fresh and innovative, 8-track recounts, and I'll read this. I used to name my scratches, and I would keep a list of all my patterns next to me because I was learning how to vary my scratchers. This goes back to like 96, 97. Then one day, I had a studio session planned, and I was preparing my solo in advance. I decided to write down what I had so that I wouldn't forget it, and I just drew it down the way I pictured it. Now, there's no proof of this. So, so 8-track, so to Mark Mora, you're saying that 8-track's coming through into your city. You can ask him like, hey man, do you have proof of, I would love to see your notations from the 90s, that Wikipedia talks about, because he's lying about this stuff. He's lying about having stuff from the 90s because we have proof of him in 2003 saying that he had only started the stuff a few years before 2003. All right, so so let me finish that. So I was preparing my solo in advance. I decided to write down what I had so that I wouldn't forget it, and I just drew it down the way I pictured it. 8-track's compact scratch notation system takes into account the shape, temporal positioning, pitch differential, exactly my system, how quickly or slowly the pitch changes, and articulate nuances of individual scratches. That's called TTM. In Figure 1, for this example, 8-track illustrates several types of scratches, including tears, transforms, orbits, flares. So I think I might have first seen this book in a library in like upstate New York, in like Albany. I think I was in like Albany at this huge library, and I was looking up books, and I saw a book from my homie Mark Katz, who you know is the who started the Next Level program. You know, shout out to Mark Katz, and he's got a really cool bunch of cool books on hip hop history. But yeah, so this is a book by Felicia, and what's her last name? Felicia. I don't want to butcher her name. It's Felicia. Let's go back. Felicia Miyakawa. You know, so she's kind of made a mistake on hip hop history. So she, that first book that we just saw, they had a bunch of errors, and this one has the errors as well. You know, just talking about this book. So let's continue. 8-track illustrates several types of scratches, including tear, transforms, orbits, flares, crabits, and various combinations thereof. The numbers at the bottom of each vertical solid line represent the beats. Vertical slashes mark each beat. The angle of the scratch gives a sense of pitch. So we can see this is TTM. This is 8-track plagiarizing TTM. TTM is used all around the world, and you know, one thing he did add was saying that like he added this symbol, which you know is like a alchemist, you know, Mercurius symbol, and we'll go to where these actual symbols came from in the future. But you know, so let's read. So now we talk about the more recent development notation system. So look, see here's where we see this is a very big lie. So yeah, Mark, you need to see this. This is serious. This is like something, you know, this is you know, this is the type of thing that, you know, takes paper out of people's pockets, where, you know, 8-track really has to be called out on this. And it says the more recent development of a notation style known as the turntablist transcription methodology, hereafter abbreviated TTM, signals a shift of purpose in turntable notation. As hip-hop filmmaker and TTM founder John Carluccio remembers, while filming the executioners in their first few sessions, I found myself struggling to describe the idea that I had for a turntable routine. Instinctively, I proceeded to scribble down some different line patterns to convey these ideas. Carluccio's narrative highlights the descriptive and mnemonic nature of his initial notation attempts, but he soon honed in on a pedagogical possibilities of transcription and secured help. Secured help from two DJs in order to codify his systems. Like I helped him. So it says that he secured help. This is what I'm saying. He might have been speaking to this woman Felicia and just lying to her. According to Carluccio, DJs and industrial genre Catfish, Ethan Imboden rendered the notation system user-friendly, while Raedawn, a scratch DJ, who had already been working on his own, see, now they're telling the truth, working on his own notation system. I already had a whole book. He didn't have any book. He didn't have anything to show me. When I met John didn't have anything in his hands. Him and Ethan had nothing. I gave them my book, and then we started collaborating. And I was only 20, so I was a kid. They were grown men already working. You know, I was in, college at the time. All right, and so, I used to spell my name with a Y. I changed it to an E for people that are wondering why Raedawn spelled with a Y. But I didn't like the way the Y looked after a while, and I changed it to an E. The TTM, so she's trying to act like this came after 8-track system, right? So like 8-track's notation, TTM replicates the mechanics of making the sounds. Notation for each scratch thus encodes not only which scratch is used, so we see this, so we see that she's butchered history. All right, she's saying that 8-track came out before me, just because he told her that, with no proof. There's no document that shows that has 8-track with scratch notation in the 90's. There's no document whatsoever. And she goes in and that, and we can see all these things. These are all my designs. I did this in Adobe Illustrator, and this is all my work. This is more of my work. And scratching, like I was saying before, this was scratching. I transcribed scratching. So Carluccio had nothing to do with this Rob Swift routine. So let's read this. As compared to 8-tracks notation, the TTM allows for a greater degree of specificity. A full TTM score gives us a clear sense of time and form, includes special notation for particular drums, and it identifies what beats records are to be scratched. Scratching by DJ Rob Swift is what this was the first work by a turntablist that was ever transcribed, and I transcribed that in 2000, more like January, February of 2000, and we released it February 17th. I probably was doing it in February of 2000 because it was last minute, and I was rewinding the video over and over and over again with the actual VHS. Before scrolling and stuff. The possibilities of this notation method in full score layout, according to Carluccio. So she didn't come to me. Nobody's come to me about it. Any interviews. You don't see me on Boom City. You don't see me on. Nobody's. For some reason, everybody's accidentally omitting me. So that's why I'm making videos like this, to clear up the truth. The possibilities of this notation method in a full score layout, according to Carluccio, Rob Swift composed Scratching prior to Swift's collaboration with Carluccio on the TTM booklet. Carluccio already had a working relationship with Swift and knew his repertoire. So this is almost asserting like he transcribed it himself. Carluccio wanted a good example of a routine to demonstrate. I'm assuming she's saying demonstrate. To demonstrate the system and show Scratching, in part because of its clear form. We picked something like that because that was an easy one to digest, and indeed, with its balance, formal sections of even phrases and alternating verses and choruses, Scratching has clearly inherited familiar popular song formulas. All right. Now, at the title bar, including the title, composer, and a brief formal description opens the score. Below the title bar, the music is mapped onto in formal sections rather than in performative order. The formal description in the title bar provides a map to read the score. In the score, the chorus is only printed once, followed by 4 verses and a finale. But the title bar, and I've transcribed all of this. I'm the only one that's transcribed all these things. I wrote the first 2 books, and people are trying to take credit away from me. So here I am, 20 years later, make sure that the truth is being cleared up. All right, so so she kind of stops talking about it at this point, and they're talking about, they're just going into detail about this is all stuff that I transcribed, right? But it never says that I transcribed this, or she never says that, she's assuming Carluccio. And also I think that people sometimes assume like, oh, Carluccio, he's got an Italian name, so all these Italian inventors like Da Vinci and they just maybe think that he must have invented it or something. But, John can't scratch nor read music notation, and if you can't read music notation, how can you invent a music notation? Once again, to reiterate, we're going to come back to me. We're going to flip around for all the new people just joining in. So, I was playing violin at like 4 years old, and, so I've been classically trained since like 4. And I've been scratching since like maybe 93 or something like that. Yeah, I've been scratching since like 1993, 94. And, John Carluccio does not scratch, nor does he read music, nor can he even execute or even transcribe anything. He can't, So you can't invent something that you can't create. I created it. I created scratch notation in 1999, and then refined it in February of 2000. But then 2001 is when in July of 2000, and then after that, that's when everybody came out of the woodworks. DJ Raedawn, DJ A-Track, and Steven Weber, saying that they, created scratch notation. But Steven Weber never claimed publicly that he created scratch notation, but we have him here on Amazon lying, saying that his book came out on January 1st, which we have Barnes & Noble saying that, nope, it did not come out January 1st. It came out on Hal Leonard on November 1st, 2000. All right, but right here we have Steven Weber also saying that his book came out in the 1800s. So Steven Weber is quietly telling historians that, he invented scratch notation and had a mixer in January 1st of 1810. All right, so let's go back to these things. So yeah, so she goes for a long time talking about this. And if you want to find her book, it's called From Soul to Hip Hop. This is definitely, and we'll go over this book in the future too. We'll do videos that are just specifically like on the books that have been written about TTM. But yeah, so after 20 years and all this work that I've put in, I haven't, not one DJ school or university has invited me to lecture. The only person, the only institutions that have been, I'm going to flip it around. The only institutions that have invited me to lecture are the New Museum. So shout out to the New Museum and the whole Rhizome camp that invited me to lecture at the New Museum. But so it's been 20 years. I've created a system that people all around the world are using, and yet not one DJ school, Beat Junkies Institute of Sound has never said, "Hey, what's up, Ray?" Dubspot never said anything. Scratch Academy's never said anything. All the SAEs have never invited me or mentioned me. Even Dirty Digits is a really dope DJ. He's teaching TTM at Scratch Academy in New York, and he's a homie. We're both next level teachers. We both taught for the next level program, but they've never invited me to teach. To even give a presentation. Beyond just actually giving me a teaching job. But they've never actually even contacted me like, hey, you're in New York, we're in New York, hey, why not a lecture or something like that. So we got to think about these things, about hip-hop cronyism and hip-hop gatekeepers, DJ cronyism, DJ gatekeepers, and that even trickles down into turntablism and turntablism cronyism and gatekeepers. Because, as it stands, the A-tracks and a lot of people out there that have a lot more visibility are able to, change history for and put lies out there and actually fiddle things around. So we've got DJ A-Track saying that, as well as DJ Raedawn trying to claim his score as his system, when in fact we'll prove in the future that a guy named Raul, who's the composer that made that piece for Radar Antimatter, Raul actually composed that. All right. So now we're going to go back to this. We're going to flip around because I don't want to just have an image of me all day. Now we're going to go back. So we're going to zoom out of her work. So we're still talking about scratch notation. These are all, so these are all things that I transcribed and never got paid for. And, so these are all the first transcriptions of DJ material were all made by me. So this is issue summer 2004, Rocket, Herbie Hancock, I did that. It's Yours, Roxanne, I transcribed Deep Concentration, Gangstar, DJ Premier, Ugly People Be Quiet, I transcribed that by Cash Money, The Adventures of Grandmaster Flash and the Wheels of Steel, I transcribed an excerpt from that. These are excerpts. These aren't all necessarily the whole things. I transcribed This Is How It Should Be Done from the 1991 DMC finals. Actually, no. I did do that but I don't know if that ever made it to issue 5. Maybe it did actually. Maybe it was issue 6 that didn't come out. That's what it was. I did the first 5 issues of Scratch magazine. So once again, she's talking about this magazine, Scratch magazine, and this is magazine says DJ Battle Transcriptions at the top, and so yeah. So this was when this was a now defunct magazine that's no longer out, but yeah, they had Kanye in the cover, they had like Neptunes on the cover, they had all the top producers, they had Timberland on the first cover, Dr. Dre, Eminem on some covers. So yeah, so she has a list of all my work, yet in this thing she was she's got a very, very detailed view of things, but she's failed to show the truth that I made this stuff in the 90s, and that's partially on A-Track lying as well as John lying, because John tried to claim my work, like saying that he did all these things or something like that, but he had nothing to do with that. I did all those things. I transcribed every single one of those. It took me a long, long time to transcribe all those things. I'm getting faster at transcribing now. I think I'm faster at transcribing now because I'm a better DJ now. The better that I'm getting as far as scratching, the better I can hear what somebody else is doing and know what they're doing. But all those things back in the day took me forever because, sometimes like maybe Kubert was doing some thing that I didn't know how to do, and It was hard to figure it out. But yeah, these are all things I scored all of this stuff. These are all my scores. I scored all of this. That's like back checking. So look, Carluccio's notation system once again. He didn't write any of this. So, and she's talking about despite the ambivalence in the DJ community over the relative merits of notation, Carluccio's notation system has drawn attention to the art forms from critics at large. In 2001, he was recognized by Time magazine as one of the next innovators in music for his creation of TTM. Now, I've still never seen this article, and I asked John. I remember when it happened. I was like, "Hey, John." Hey, John. Let me see. Let me click turn around. So I was like, "Hey, John. How come you didn't tell me about the Time magazine thing or whatever?" And he was just like, "Oh, yeah, it's like, he always has some excuse." And I was young at the time, so I would always like write it off like, "Oh, yeah, he's my friend. He's an ally." But then years later, I realized that he was actually just trying to use me all these years and lying to people while presenting my work as his. I thought we were just working together, and he was helping, get the contacts, and I was, creating the work. But yeah, so he got in Time magazine. So I've never been in Time magazine. Time magazine never contacted me, but let me give everybody a wave. Shout out to everybody that's in the house now. So yeah, to everybody that's new that's coming in, this is a video clearing up 20 years of 8-track lying to press outlets that he invented my system of scratch notation, which is the turntablist transcription methodology. And in Scratchcon 2000, he presented a plagiarization of my system, and this is me exposing that. I've exposed it in a video before, but this is a more in-depth one where we're showing the damage that it's actually done, not just the actual lies and the plagiarism. So we've proven that to reiterate, we've proven that at Scratchcon 2000, he said that he invented scratch notation in the mid-90's, like 96. And then 3 years later, in South Africa in 2000, A-Track said that he invented scratch notation a few years ago. So in South Africa, he was telling the truth. But at Scratchcon, he was lying, saying he invented it in the 90's. He told this woman that wrote this book that I'm going through now that he invented it. All right, so, and we won't go back over that video again because we've gone over it so many times. All right, and let's see if we can get back to where we were. I don't see where we were. Maybe it was over here or something like that. All right, so this is some other stuff. Let's get back. So we're in her book, and okay, there we go. So now, and she goes on to talk about radar and A-Track, but she's never like Pertle's system or Raedawn's system, So yeah, so let's see. So in African American popular ballads, for sure. Let's see. So she talks about how a lot of DJs were hating on TTM when it came out, like, oh, you're not supposed to transcribe hip hop or whatever. So yeah, so we're gonna go back to let's go back to this video. So he says, A-Track says,
a few years ago I came up with this notation system. It was kind of something I stumbled upon.
So he said that a few years ago he created a notation system, and that was in 2003, and this is him in July 1st.
I'm here to talk about my notation system for scratching. So to start off, I'll just tell you people the story about how I came up with this, because it'll give you an idea right away in which situations this type of system is useful. It was around, I think it was 96. I was trying to remember when this happened. I think it's around 96. A few years ago, I came up with this notation system.
Okay, so that's where we can see that A-Track is lying right here. He's in 2003. He says, a few years ago, I came up with this notation system. In 2000, 3 years earlier, he says, I think it was around 96. So we can see he's lying. So here he's telling the truth in 2003 that the first time he ever presented or even created his system was in 2000. All right, after my system, and he also admits in this video that he saw my system before he released his system, which means he used my system as a basis, and he just added a couple of symbols and tried to call it something new. Because it's different when there are different systems out there. Like Laurent Bert from France in the early 2000s really did make his own system that was different from mine, and that's a real verified different system. It's a new system, but 8-track system is just my system. It's a mathematic system. Laurent Bert's system out of France is an actual visual system. It's very, very cool. Let me type up Laurent Bert's system. I'll type it right here. This is just for people that need to know, that are curious what's the difference between making something new and plagiarizing. So making your own notation system is something like this. I'll type Laurent, I think it was Bert. I think his name was Bert. DJ maybe. All right, we're going to type Laurent Bert. All right, good. And we can see right here, comes up. His system is very sick. It's called Skratch Graphique. And he's out of France. And this came out in the like 2002, 2003. So this is a very cool system right here. So this is a very cool system. It almost looks like, it reminds me of kind of like Arabic. It reminds me of some like Southeast Asian languages. He's created all new characters. This is an amazing system that everybody should check out. And this is a real, new system that somebody created. This is not a plagiarization of my work. Whereas 8-track, we're going to look at 8-track's work. So anybody that knows TTM, this is clearly a plagiarization of my work. This is clearly, him trying to steal my work. Whereas Laurent Bert has not plagiarized TTM. So people can make new systems, but this is just to show that 8-track is plagiarizing and not, So Laurent Bert, his system came out, where is it? Here it is, 2003. So this is a hip-hop timeline that I created that starts from all the way from 1968. Let's see, all the way from 1968 all the way to 2017. And I'll make another one, like, another decade from now, 20 years from now, I'll do another one. I'm working on an MC one now, something like this. But people that are making notable achievements within the field of turntablism. That's what this was about. All right, and this has all the the winners, like the DMC winners and the new music seminar winners. So I've put thousands and thousands and thousands of hours into scratch notation and hip hop history, and I'm just seeking to get credit for my work. And I don't care if universities or colleges don't want to have me lecture. So back to that. I did lecture at New York University. So shout out to the people at the New York University Music Department. I did lecture at New York University, and I lectured at Sample Music Festival, Alex's festival that I was just talking about, the guy that invented S notation, and I lectured at the New Museum. So shout out to the Rhizome people at New Museum that made that happen. And so that's that's just 3 lectures. Red Bull's never ever contacted me. Red Bull never contacted me. Meanwhile, they contacted Radar and 8-track, and I think there is a racial connotation to that because like they've contacted LP for a lecture, but they never contacted Vast Air or from Cannibal Ox about their seminal album and stuff like that. So yes, very very interesting thing that was happening in the industry. So yeah, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back now. Now we're gonna go back to this keyword stuff. We're gonna leave this woman's book. So it's a cool book. It's very it's very detailed, talking about all this stuff. And I recommend you all check it out. It's called From Soul to Hip Hop. But yeah, she did make a bunch of mistakes. All right, so now we're not even on. We're still at the top of page 2, and this is what I'm saying. So these are all the remnants, all of the after effects of 8-track lying for the past 20 years. This is what I have to deal with, and I have to seek out some way of cleaning these things up and getting the correct information out there. And like the one cat was saying earlier, Adam Butler, changing. We can, whoever are Wikipedia mods out there, we need to change that stuff because there's no proof of 8-track having any type of notation system in the 90s like Wikipedia states. So we'll go back to that. It says that in the late 90s, 8-track developed a notation system for scratching. That's a complete lie. There's no proof of that. He's never presented proof of that. You would have think he presented proof of that at Scratchcon 2000. You would have think he would have said, look, this is these notes that I jotted down. this is this song that I did with somebody or something like that. No, he just had a presentation ready for Q*bert's event. All right, so we did from soul to hip hop. Now we're going to go to the next link. So 8-track tour dates. Doesn't have anything in the title there, so I'm not going to click on it as far as notation. Okay, so one of the first. So at least this is my homie Mark Katz, who wrote a book called "Groove: The Art and Culture of the Hip Hop DJ." One of the first turntablists to develop a notation system was 8-track. So at least he didn't say the first, which is great. He didn't say the first. He didn't say he invented scratch notation. But you see how much is spanned. He's plagiarized my system, and everybody's talking about him. All right, so so it's just it's as an artist, when you see people using your work and for financial gain, he was able to tell Kanye West, like, hey Kanye, so for people that don't know, 8-track was Kanye's DJ for years. I'm sure he told Kanye, like, yeah, I invented this notation system, Scratch, I do all this stuff, so it's like he's been using that in his press release for a very long time, and I'm going to check into the legal background of of doing a cease and desist. And for those who aren't aware, I just had a cease and desist to Rain. We just settled because they were plagiarizing some of my work in their newest Rain 72 mixer. But that's we settled that and everything's cool with them. So shout out to Rain. And the cool thing about now that me and Rain settled is that I'm going to use those funds that Rain gave me to pay the battle winners for the TTM World Cup battle that's going to be starting this year. I've been holding off this year just for financial reasons because I want to pay people, at least $500 the first year for whoever wins the battle. Okay, it looks like we're going to have to. My computer just crashed, so I'm going to have to restart the computer. So in the meantime, I'm just going to just give a little background, and we'll look at Don Paco. So we're in the house. Let me get. I'm restarting the computer. My computer just crashed because I got a million windows open. But yeah, so we're exposing 8-track right now, and exposing his over 20 years of him trying to plagiarize my notation system called the Turntablism transcription methodology. So it's been about 20 years of him lying to press, and we're only on the second page. This has been we've been doing this for like an hour, 2 hours. We're only on the second page of Google. This is how much his lies have trickled into hip-hop history, which just goes to show if you have the right, as far as cronyism, if you have the right circle of friends, you can say a bunch of things that ended up, people end up taking as truth. And that's why I'm doing this video, to clear up the misconceptions, to show that 8-track has been lying to the press and the public for 2 years. And showing that, John Carluccio was lying as well. Because, he didn't invite me in the movie Scratch in the movie Scratch the movie by Doug Prey. Me and John were living only 30, 40 minutes away from each other, and he was like, oh, I didn't have time to invite you to show your own work in the movie, So, who knows, I'm not salty or everything as far as, like, what that could have done for my career, but it obviously would have done something, if I had been in Scratch the movie, my face had been in Scratch the movie in 2001. It would have definitely done something a little bit more for my DJ career. But, as it stands, I'm kind of blacklisted from, a lot of different things. And that's why I'm coming, guerrilla style. And, I'm not going to stop. I'm going straight, for the, proverbial, juggler of 8-track. And, and I'm, going to expose everything, and when I say jugular, I just mean, like, scratch cuts, not real cuts. No violence. I'm a pacifist. But yes, with information, I'm having to put all the information out there and put the truth. So the computer's just restarted, and I'm gonna let's see. Luckily, it'll open up where everything was before. All right. So now we're starting back up. Everything's loading back up, and we're going to go to the next page in everything that we've had. So we're going to. This is going to be let's see, page. I'm going to open this up. We're going to go to page, I'm going to turn it around. So now I'm going to type in 8-track notation again. We're going to pull that up. So that's 8-track A track. Let me see. A dash track notation. There we go. So we're going to type A track notation. So we got to page 2. We only got to page 2 of 11,000 Google results. So we're going to start to go faster because, you know, I doubt there's 111,000, but I'm sure there's over 20 or 30 or over 50, maybe over 100. There could be 1,000 in here, 1,000 examples of people, you know, forwarding or, you know, reposting the wrong information. So this is to dispel the misinformation that's out there. All right, so we got through this book. We got through From Soul to Hip Hop. We just did that. So we spent a while on that by Felicia M. And let's see. So groove music. So Mark Katz refers to it. We'll look at Mark's book. Mark is a homie of mine. And so this is more stuff. A-Tech talking about his system. Let's see. Let's move it up. So in the late 90s and early 2000s, several different systems arose, illuminating. Oh, hey! What's up, Mr. Hansen? Thank you for telling the story. Why only Carluccio has been mentioned in academic texts like mine is probably partially because of the way of citing literature like Carluccio et 2000. On the other, let me see. What does it say? See more. On the other side, I really was of the impression that nothing was strange. That nothing was strange with the reference. Glad I know better now. Well, since quite a few years back, and glad you tell more people. Cool, Mr. Hansen. So he's, I don't want to butcher your name. You know, it's a Scandinavian name, but I guess it's Kjetil Hansen, maybe Mr. Hansen. So he's a really dope author that's created his own, dissertations on DJing and stuff like that, and you know, but yeah. So basically, to reiterate what he's talking about, you know, over the past 20 years, not only has A-Track been trying to plagiarizing my system, but you know, John Carluccio has been telling people, been trying to take credit for all of my work, because John Carluccio didn't do anything as far as scratch notation. I created all that stuff. I created everything, and he took some of Asics Phonics. At the time Asics Phonics was out, he took some of their definitions and repurposed them. And as soon as the guy that was running Asics Phonics saw it, he deleted Asics Phonics that same year in 2000. Asics Phonics went off the air, like they took it off of the internet. The person that had the Asics Phonics site up was like, you know, probably F this, you know, because I wasn't even really knowing about their site, but John was, you know, trying to copy stuff off of their site. So John was, you know, just copying stuff. So we're going to read through this. So one of the first turntablists to develop a notation system was A-Track. At the time, a renowned world battle champion, he originally intended to serve as a memory aid. So we're looking at dates here. This is all about dates. And so TTM had its origins in 1997. This designer. Now, in 1997, John Carluccio was talking about scratch notation, but he never had an actual system that he released to the public. You know, so, you know, in 1999, I came to John Carluccio. I was like, hey, you know, and I gave him and Ethan a booklet. I gave him and Ethan. We met up. I think we spoke in 99, and then we met up in early, like maybe in January or something like that. And I had given them my book, which was the first book on scratch notation. And then with John, I made my second book on scratch notation. You know, and since then I've ejected him from my crew. All right, and you know, I'm no longer working with him because for, you know, years I was writing for Scratch magazine and which was featuring my transcriptions, and you know, you can see here at the top, Scratch exclusive DJ Battle transcriptions. I never got paid 1 penny for this. I never even got free copies of the magazine. I did 5 issues that's being written about in all these books, and I never even got a copy of it. John kept all the money and never even gave me a copy. So he was trying to just basically cherry pick. And that's the best way to really sum this up. For those who aren't American and don't know, know what cherry pick means. Cherry pick means like if you're just standing by the soccer goalpost and waiting for somebody to pass you the ball or something like that. It means that somebody's doing all the work and then you take credit for it at the end. So earlier in this lecture, I was showing how me and John were only living about a half an hour to 40 minutes away from each other, and he could have easily called me to be in the movie Skratch to show my own designs and my own notation. Alright, so you see that even my friend Mark Katz here, who's written this amazing book, Groove Music, has been deceived by A-Track, who told him he had scratch notation in the 90s, when A-Track has no proof of scratch notation in the 90s whatsoever. Alright, let's move on to the next. A-Track live at the Annex, da-da-da, that's just a thing. Okay, so now take notes, E-Musician. Let's click on this. This looks interesting. So, the turntable as an instrument, and we're gonna go through all these. So, but you're just playing records, so it goes the claim of the naysayer turntablism, da-da-da. Alright, so we're gonna kind of skip through this. Now, fortunately, two schools of scratch notation have formed in recent years. One based on traditional music notation, and the other more simplified symbols and a notation grid. So they're talking about TTM here. This first one, they're talking about DJ Raedawn and DJ Steven Weber, as well as Alex Sonnenfeld. They all three have classical notation systems, and my system, being the mathematics system that A-Track has been plagiarizing for 20 years and using it in his press release. Now, traditional systems, they're talking, like I was mentioning before, Steven Weber, DJ Raedawn. They didn't mention Alex in there. Now, documentary filmmaker John Carluccio first conceived of his scratch notation system. He met up with me and to further refine his system. When I met John and Ethan, they had no physical system in front of me. I handed them my book called The Fundamentals, and that was history. So they never handed me anything. They never said, like, hey, look, this is what we're working on. I never saw anything that they had been working on. We were just chilling in Ethan's, when I created TTM 1.0 all by myself. I was sitting in Ethan's studio, and I was just typing it, and not typing it, doing all the designs and transcribing it, and and John was just like on the internet, scrolling and going to Access Phonics and doing whatever. So now we're going to go to the new school. So they're trying to say this is the new school, even though that my system is the first system that came out in '99, and I gave John and Ethan a book before they ever released anything with me. I presented them this book for people that are new to this. I'm going to type the fundamentals, the fundamentals. I'm going to type the fundamentals. Should pop up. All right, so this is the first book on scratch notation called The Fundamentals. And I just re-released this book for heads that want to get it. I just released it for like $20. So yeah, this was the first book. I handed this to John and Ethan before we released TTM 1.0. All right, so let's go back now. So so they're saying that like this came after, like this is the new school and A-Track is the old school, because A-Track has been saying he's been doing stuff, since the 90s. Let's see what. Okay, similar to Carluccio's system is that by Allies DJ A-Track, instead of attempting to make use of traditional music notation symbols, A-Track also adopted a simplified approach using upward and downward sloping lines. That's the same exact thing as what my system is, but this person obviously doesn't see that, doesn't realize that, like, hey, upward line and upper line is it's the same thing. Fader clicks are represented by slashes on the lines and closed fader gaps. So A-Track has stated in multiple interviews that he initially created the system for himself as a means to record a particular scratch or combination for his own reference. He does, however, feel that it may be of use to others. For a good summary, look at A-Track's interview in the UK turntable site Spin Science. So we're going to look at that. I'm going to click on that. So we're just looking at all the garbage that has spilled out over the years. Like by garbage I mean the false information of A-Trak lying to press outlets, and every day, right now I'm sure he's sending out, his press people are sending out press kits. Looks like this site is gone now, whatever that was. It was called spinscience.org. It doesn't exist anymore. I clicked on it. There is no more spinscience.org. All right, so so we're gonna skip that now. So there is no more spinscience.org. Now, so that's just another outlet. That's at least they're not saying that he made it in the 90s. Now let's look at this. Now we're gonna go to the next one. So we're going to every outlet that has been deceived by A-Trak and has been given misinformation by A-Trak. So let's see. So this is the book that we just went through before: Turntablism, Notation, Legitimization, and the Art of the Hip Hop. That's a chapter within her book. So let's see. So and that's that too. That's what we looked at earlier, the notation thing. Now we're going to go to page 3. We're finally on page 3. All right. So he developed his own notation system for scratching, better known as the Master DJ A-Trak. Alan Maklovich, better known as the Master DJ A-Trak, has pretty much had his let's see what this says. So it's just a million. I mean, there's thousands. I don't know, thousands. There's just dozens and dozens and dozens of him. This is called anachronism. Anachronism. I'll type that in. Anachronism is. We're going to type that anachronism. So we're going to show you what anachronism is. Anachronism is a thing belonging or appropriate to a period other than that in which it exists, especially a thing. Let's see, let me close that. I got to put my battery saver on. Let me plug this in. Got to plug this phone in. But yeah, the reason I'm not doing this in like a normal documentary format is because this would take me like weeks to like put some documentary together when I can just do it all in live like this, and it's way easier. It's a much easier format. It's probably gonna be like a 4-hour video. It's 5 o'clock already. I can't even remember when I started. So anachronism. We're gonna go through the definition. This is an insightful investigation. So anachronism is a thing belonging or appropriate to a period other than in which it exists, especially a thing that is conspicuously old-fashioned. Everything, an act of attributing a custom event or object to a period to which it does not belong. So this is like basically saying manipulating history for one's own personal advantage. And that's what an anachronism is. So, and we'll look at what that is. Let's see. There's another definition by Webster. So, an error in chronology, especially a chronological misplacing of persons, events, objects, or customs in regard to each other. A person or thing that is chronologically out of place. So A-Trak's plagiarization of my work is, in fact, an anachronism. Because an anachronism is when you're, changing history, and it's, it's like saying Columbus discovered America. A-Trak is saying he invented scratch notation in the 90s, basically. And he's been using that as one of the intros in his press release, to add to him as being like some amazing composer or something for decades. Even though he's, in the past decade, we've never seen him lecture on scratch. We've only seen him lecture on scratch notation twice. And one was for Red Bull, and one was at Scratchcon. And in Red Bull, he admitted that he saw my system and then released his system in front of Red Bull. Well, at Red Bull, he in South Africa, he admitted that he saw my system, that he released his system a few years ago in 2000, and then in 2000 is when he admitted that he saw my system first. So when you put those two things together, this is clearly an anachronism. All right, so the state or condition of being chronologically out of place. All right, so that's what we're dealing with. So let's go back. All right, so developed his own notation for system for scratching. So these are all. So this is just him writing off of my works and my hard work. All right, and this is him in Vogue magazine. I think I made a lecture about this years ago about the Vogue mag thing. But then, then I saw a bunch of new stuff. So that's when I was like, okay, he's still sending this out in the press release. It's one thing like, okay, there's some misquotes from 10 years ago. But, he's got misquotes that are from Winter Music Conference this year. So I'm like, okay, he's still lying, lying to other people. I'm going to have to, really come for him and put the truth out there and make sure that, he's tagged in it and it's known. All right, so... Now, so let's go to this, Vogue Italy, Vogue IT. This is DJ A-Track in Vogue magazine lying to them. And let's see what he told Vogue magazine. So he tells Vogue magazine, let's see. Born, let's see. Let's scroll down some. They might have erased some of it. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like they changed the article. Like the stuff about the notation is still in the tags, but I don't see anything of what he said in here. Let's see this. Or first. Oh no, it did say here. So creator of the first system of DJ. So this is a super. So creator of the first system of notation for DJ scratching ever developed. This way, the work of a DJ can be read like any other sheet of music. He achieved success after success, launching a DJ tour as a soloist and collaborating with Kanye West. So this is a super big lie. This is what I'm saying. One lie, he's constantly sending out this press release. Even today, he's still, the most recent thing that I saw was like Winter Music Conference talking about it. And, so I'm going to have to, just as much as he puts out stuff, I'm going to have to, counter that in a form of, as far as physics and gravity, I have to, put, maybe an equal amount of information out there for the public to know the truth. So it says that he's the creator of the first system of notation for DJ music, scratching ever developed. And we will go to TTM Academy right here, and we're going to prove that he says that he invented this system. He invented it, and not invented. He created his system after seeing my system. So we're going to do a quick rewind for the people that are just tuning in. We've got people tuning in, tuning out, people that are coming through from all over the world. We got a lot of people in Europe in the house. It's getting kind of late in Europe right now. I guess it's like 11 o'clock in the UK. All right, so we're going to go to photos. Actually, no, not photos. We're going to go to videos. We're going to go to videos, and let's go to... let's see, we're going to go to A-Track, lying, and click show more. So these are some of those things that you saw in Felicia's book. These are the actual, animated tutorials of many of these routines that you guys saw earlier. So we're going to click on this. This is A-Track in his Masonic regalia. And he's been lying for 20 years. And that's a long time to be continuously lying for 20 years, It's one thing to, make one lie once and, maybe 2 blogs covered or something, but to be consistently lying and all that type of stuff. So, Scratchcon 2000, July 1st. We're going to go to a little bit, we're gonna go farther where he says he had seen my system first. Let's see.
How to read a notation system, I think we should be able to look at it.
Let's see.
And some of them, I find in my other scratch that I've seen moving the record, so the line will be at a
So this is my system. This is the book I released in 1999. This is the fundamentals. This is the first book on scratch notation that I handed to John Carluccio and Ethan Imboden when we had a meetup. I had actually booked John Carluccio before that at an event called The Essence, and I had him speak there. I had him do a lecture. So this is A-Track doing the exact same thing where, the angle of the scratch is basically the pitch and it's basically just a mathematic representation of the actual movement of the record, or the movement of the cue point over time. So, perfect, a perfect line like that is just a record moving at a perfect speed. All right, and this is time and this is degrees. So it's basically the change in degrees over time. So that's why I have theta here. You see it's theta, change in degrees over time. All right. So when I had written this, I was like, 99, I was 20. All right, and then I turned 21 when the second book came out. All right, now, so basically we're going to press play. So this says, A-Track tries to plagiarize DJ Raedawn's TTM notation by confirming that his system is based on a graph of degrees over time, just like mine. All right, so, and this is another example of him plagiarizing my work. So, and he admitted that he had seen my notation before he created this PowerPoint and had this lecture at Scratchcon.
Much smaller angle. Well, I'd like to point out, first of all, that I've seen a few other scratch notation systems. A few years ago, I came up with this notation system.
So,
It's kind of something I stumbled upon.
So in 2003, he said he had stumbled a few years ago. I came up with this notation system in 2003. Yet we have all these books written by scholars, even Wikipedia, saying that, you know, we're going to go to Wikipedia again. I'll type wiki A-Track. That's already up there in the queue. So in the late 90s, A-Track developed a notation system for scratching. So we have him telling the truth here. In South Africa at Red Bull, he was telling the truth, saying that a few years ago I came up with this system. So that proves that he only started plagiarizing my work when he had already seen it before that, because it was released February of that year.
Well, I'd like to point out first.
He said it was kind of something. He said it was kind of something he stumbled upon. I'll play it again.
Came up with this notation system. It was kind of something I stumbled upon. Well, I'd like to point out first of all that I've seen a few other scratch notation systems, and
so he's saying he has seen my system, you know, and he said, and he so shout out to Eric Kubik, who's back in the house. So this is, you know, proving that in 2000 he lied to the public, because in 2003 he says it's kind of something I stumbled upon, and that he had made a few years before 2003. So in Cape Town, South Africa, at the Red Bull Music Academy, he told the truth and said that he had created his system a few years ago, which is here when he showed it at Scratchcon 2000 on July 1st of 2000. But at Scratchcon 2000, this is where he admits that he had seen my work before Scratchcons, which means that he obviously plagiarized it, because his work is the same thing.
Some of them, I find, in my opinion, use too many symbols and it becomes confusing. And I don't think we should have to learn how to read a notation system. I think we should be able to look at it and visualize and understand what it is. So the only cases where I use symbols is to avoid confusion. For example, the most obvious case, I think, is crabbing. So I drew a little crab.
So look, so he drew this symbol right here, and saying that. So obviously this is TTM right here. Everybody that sees this knows, like, yes, this is TTM. You know, TTM is making a mathematic plot of the records movement over time. You know, I learned trigonometry from Steve Segur at the Paideia School in Atlanta, Georgia. And Steve Segur taught me trigonometry, and we used to have examples in class where we'd have to, you know, talk about, like, maybe somebody swinging a tennis racket, or somebody, you know, doing something. He would give us, you know, physics examples. I think I might have taken a physics class with him too. And, you know, so when I was getting heavily into turntablism, you know, I created the system based off of what I learned in my mathematics classes. You know, I had also taken, you know, business calculus in college, and I had taken, I had gotten all the way up to that level. So, you know, I'm not great at calculus. I barely passed business calculus. But, you know, as far as trigonometry and statistics classes and stuff like that, I did really well. I was always pretty good at that. So we see that he's just added this symbol, trying to make it like it's this new thing. And right here we can see, that he's just jacked the rock salt, symbol, or the congelation alchemical symbol, and added it over my notation and trying to claim it as his own. So that's kind of similar to, like, you know, me taking some invention that somebody's made and, you know, putting some polka dots on it and calling it a new thing. So we can clearly see that this is TTM right there. This is a 3-click flare. That's very clear. You know, people know what three-click flare looks like. All right, so
let's say you're doing, for example,
all
a
right.
3-click flat.
And then right here we can also see this is him and Armand van Helden, and both in their Masonic regalia. And this goes back to what I was saying before about hip-hop cronyism and secret societies within hip-hop, or gatekeepers within hip-hop, or, you know, people that are manipulating things behind the scenes. Because, you know, when people talk about, you know, secret organizations or behind-the-scenes organizations, you know, in politics or, you know, different fields like that. But, you know, when it comes to the arts, people don't realize that, you know, a lot of musicians are actually parts of different, you know, societies that have different, you know, different agendas that aren't, you know, visible to the public. And so, you know, so that's an example of that. So let's keep playing.
Because let's say you're doing, for example, a 3-click flat.
So right here.
So this is 2000. So for those that are just tuning in, this is the first lecture on Mr. Hansen. This is the first lecture on scratch notation in the world. This was on April 12th, 2000. This was me in front of the music technology department at New York University. So this is months before, you know, July 1st, when A-Track, you know, tried to plagiarize my system. My system was made available to the public on February 17th of 2000. So he had months to look at my, you know, routine and study it, because, you know, John Carluccio had paid Qbert probably like $5,000 or something that night at Symphony Space to perform, and that's where we released the book at that event. And you know, so I'm sure maybe Qbert might have told A-Track that, you know, there's a scratch notation system or something that's out there, and that was in February. So by July of 2001, that's when A-Track, you know, presented my system as if it were his. And at that same event is when Qbert, you know, shout out to Qbert. I'll type it in right now. They, I'll type, let's see, DJ Raedawn, Qbert. Whoops, I spelled Qbert wrong. Qbert. So DJ Raedawn, Qbert. All right, so I'm going to click on this. So, you know, because, and this is all relating, this is all about this is really a response video to the Beat Junkies for making a mistake in their newest video, or not their newest video, in one of their maybe like 3 videos ago, of them accidentally saying that, you know, I came after A-Track, when actually A-Track and Radar and Steven Weber and John Carluccio came after me. You know, I invented scratch notation. So I'm going to play this. And this is me winning the DJ Qbert Scratch Legendary Scholarship at Scratchcon. Qbert's team gave me $1,000 as a scholarship because I was in school at the time for my work on both books on scratch notation, the fundamentals and TTM 1.0. So at this point, by the time A-Track had presented his plagiarization of my system, I had already released 2 books and given the world's first lecture.
Scratchcon was conceived, we wanted to actually expand the art form by giving back, of course, and none other than, you know, just, you know, inspiring any DJs to apply for a scholarship we started. The DJ Flair Innovation Scholarship and the DJ Qbert Legendary Scholarship. Okay. Copies of John Carluccio's book and a lot of the insight in there could not have been possible. Where's John? For another person here that has sent in his application for the DJ Qbert Scholarship, and no other. All right, so where's Raymond Pirtle? Let's give it up. He's right up there, Raymond Pirtle. You want to describe what he did, John?
Yeah, that booklet was done in a collaborative effort with Ray and Ethan, but Ray was really responsible for the advanced scratches, which neither me or Ethan really could do.
So let's go back to that. So there's John lying right there. So John was like, Ray was responsible for the advanced scratches. Like, I just did that one section in the advanced section. No, I did everything in that book. I transcribed everything in that book. I transcribed that using my system that I had already invented. I came to John as more of a publisher because he had all the contacts within the industry, you know, because he was an amazing, you know, documentarian who had put out a seminal documentary called Battle Sounds at the time, and you know, I knew that he had a lot of contacts, so I contacted him, and you know, and he had also put it out there too that he was trying to make some type of scratch notation system, but he had no system. And when I met them, they had no system. I gave them my book, and because I heard that he was trying to, you know, find some type of way of transcribing, you know, DJ music, I gave him that system. And then we, you know, collaborated in the second book. So, you know, that's John in that this is me winning the Qbert Award at Scratchcon 2000. And that's John basically trying to, you know, say that, like, I just helped him out with part of the book. Like, I helped him make the book. But in fact, he basically helped me put the book out. You know, I created all this stuff in there. All that stuff was my idea. I had already given them a whole book. You know, so that was my second book on scratch notation. All right, now we're going to go back. We're going to flip back around. All right, now.
Yeah, he really broke it down. So he's really responsible for a lot of that advanced stuff.
See, so he's distinct. He's like, he's making sure to say he's responsible for a lot of that advanced stuff. Not he's responsible for everything. Like, he did all the design in that. He did you know, I did all the design in the book. You know how I transcribed the first DJ score, the Rob Swift routine scratching. You know, shout out to Rob Swift. But yeah, so you know, that's what's been happening over the years. So let's flip it back around.
And all of you guys got the book and, you know, try to read and try to understand all their contributions. These both were great for the Scratch community. We believed out of the applications, we will restart the application for next year's, or whenever we have Scratchcon again, the scholarship. So let's give it up again for David Coe and Raymond Pirtle.
All right, so there we have an example where, you know, Yoga Frog is basically saying, you know, giving me the award, and shout out to the Pickles and the whole camp. And I was just talking back and forth through a thread with him like a week or two ago, and they're going to be doing another Scratchcon in the Philippines actually next year. They're going to do the Scratchcon 2020 is going to be in the Philippines. They haven't done Scratchcon since, you know, 2000, so it's going to be a 20-year kind of anniversary. They did kind of like some online kind of Scratchcon things, but not like an official Scratchcon that's in a physical location where people are showing up from around the world. So Scratchcon 2000 is going to be happening in, I'm not sure if it's Manila or I'm not sure where in the Philippines, but it's going to be happening in the Philippines next year. So, you know, definitely find out where it's going to be. Go to the Thud Rumble site, and you can find out in advance. All right, so we're going to get back to this. So, you know, shout out to them for hooking me up with that scholarship and hitting me with, you know, $1,000 back in the day. And, you know, we're going to flip it back around. We're going to get back to these, all these anachronisms. And for those who don't know what anachronism is, we're going to go through, review that real again. A person or thing that is chronologically out of place, the state of condition of being chronologically out of place, an error in chronology. So this is an error in chronology as well as plagiarism, what A-Track's been doing and still sending out the press release. So I'm going to have to demand, you know, send A-Track some type of letter to demand him, you know, to stop lying and you know, trying to appropriate my system. Because you notice that there's no A-Track hasn't been since 2002. He's never appeared once talking about his system. So that's kind of shady in itself. Like, why would you invent something and then never talk about it for 20 years or 18 years, to be more exact? All right. So now we're going to go back to where we were. All right. So we're going to go back to these. So we were at Vogue Italy. This is a very, very serious anachronism. This is Vogue Italy saying that A-Track is the creator of the first system of notation for DJ scratching ever developed. All right, so that's a total lie. That's a total lie, and that lie has trickled to Wikipedia, And once again, we see in the late 90s, 8-Track developed a notation system for scratching. He gave a lecture about it at Scratchcon 2000 conference and published an article in Turntablism magazine. All right, and he's also appeared in a couple of multiple magazines, blah, blah, blah. All right, now, so we're going back to this. So he lied to Vogue magazine. So, you know, there's countless. We're going to go through all these. So that was Vogue magazine. All right, so Vogue magazine is you know, that was 2011, right? Creator of the first system of notation for DJ music. You know, all right. Now, 8-Track tickets. Let's see. All right, look at that. Even in his ticket things, he's talking about. There's just a million. There's so many. Like I don't even see it here actually, but maybe it's down here. Yep, there it is. Let's see. Read more. We're gonna read more. So, being the first DJ to win, it's popular in Canada. 8-Track has even given speeches about his foundation of a notation system of scratching at Scratchcon. That's him plagiarizing my work. And, you know, it's one thing to, you know, maybe plagiarize something once and not, you know, like if somebody cheated on a test in college. But imagine cheating on a test in college and being so cocky that you're going to go and take that cheating test and put that in your press release and tell everybody that you passed that test. And you or you created something, you know. So this, you know, he's stealing from me, and he's been telling everybody about it for 20 years. So this is, you know, the reason why this video is so long, and you know, the reason why I'm, you know, circling around and saying things over and over is for the new people that are coming in to this thread and to this video, as well as just to reiterate the impact of what this has had, especially to me over the years, you know, because I've been, you know, blacklisted from a lot of things. You know, I even my homie a close DJ homie friend of mine, not really a close homie, but a DJ homie of mine actually told me, I'm gonna flip it around. A DJ homie told me that John Carluccio has been sending out, you know, stuff to people and, you know, trying to say that I'm lying or something. But, you know, we have all the proof. We see that, you know, I created the first book, the second book, and then, you know, the first lecture, and we've already been able to prove that. So basically, so let's move on. We're gonna go back to here. So yeah, so we see this. This is just another lie. So that's one of the list. We're only on page 3 right now. It's been forever, and we're only on page 3. So let's see how far we can get. I'm gonna start going faster now. Alright, so Throwback Thursday, let's see about him. 8-Track pushes turntablism's boundaries. He contributes so you see there's all these different permutations and deviations of the truth where, you know, he contribute to a music notation system, which is closer to the truth. You know, Vogue Italy is just straight out lying, saying he's the creator of the first notation system, but it shows that he's telling them that, because they wouldn't say that unless he told them that. In his press release, he's saying that he created scratch notation. And even though he's never talked about it in the past, like 17, 18 years, it's like, okay, why haven't you talked about it if all these people are using it? And, you know, and we're going to go back to the Beat Junkies thing for the people that are just coming in. I'm going to type Beat Junkies, and we're going to go to a specific, oh, whoops, that's the wrong one. That's wrong. I'm going to type Beat Junkies. Let's see, let's go Beat Junkies, and we're going to go to their actual site, and we're going to go to Building Better DJs. Oh, I haven't subscribed? I'll subscribe. Alright, so, which episode? Let's see. Don't want any of that monetization stuff. So, Building Better DJs. Let's see, which podcast is it? It's this one right here. Teaching DJing. So they're talking about teaching
now, but just thinking of those early days.
So we're gonna run it back.
Like, damn, I could... Oh, the Chawa Chawa, whatever, like, but at a certain point, you know, I think a language started developing in the mid-90s.
So we're going to run it back.
Oh, the Chawa Chawa, whatever, like, but at a certain point, you know, I think a language started developing in the mid-90s.
All right, so he's saying a language started developing in the mid-90s. He's speaking about, you know, people saying crab and flare and, you know, just people started talking about all the different moves. So that's correct.
For sure. Right, and like there started to become, you know, standard names for techniques. Yeah. And I think that's like the early days of like really taking this serious in terms of like, hey, this is something that can be considered higher learning. This can be taught. Like let's build. And I remember early on, you know.
So he's talking about teaching turntablism and teaching DJing, and obviously my tool is a very useful tool for teaching DJing, and that's one of the reasons why I created it. But now we can see, but here he's talking about the mid-90s, but the mistake that Babu made, and that's what this whole video is about. This is a kind of a response to Babu and also a response to A-Track. And so he kind of made the mistake talking about the 90s and mentioning turntablism, when in fact it was only in 1999 that I released my first book, and then my second book in February of 2000, February 17th to be exact, and then the first lecture I gave on Scratch, on the world's first lecture on Scratch notation was in 2000. It was April 12th, 2000, and then July 1st, 2000 is when everybody else started coming out of the woodwork, Radar and A-Track and whatnot. All right, so we're going to keep playing this.
There is turntable transcription that started at that time. People started being...
So that's where he's wrong. That's where Babu made a mistake. Shout out to Babu. He's one of my favorite scratch drummers, and he's a legend. And there's a debate on whether he created the word turntablist. Most people give him credit with saying he created the word turntablist as well, and but DJ Disc is also claiming that there's a dispute that he created the word turntablist, and DJ Disc recently changed his name, or not recently, but at some point he changed his name to Disc the Turntablist instead of DJ Disc. But so there is a debate of who created the word turntablist, whether it was Babu or Disc. I first heard Babu say it, but that was only through the channels, my limited channels in the 90s, or actually I probably that was just through my limited channels. But I'm impartial in that debate because I don't know. I'd have to interview both Babu and both DJ Disc and really find out at what exact date they said that word. So basically the mistake that he made was saying that there was people were talking about scratch notation in the mid 90s, when in fact it was only 99 that I released the first book, and then February 17th the second book came out. The second book, which is a book that I created.
Write and notate scratches.
Yeah.
Who was it? Raedawn?
John Carluccio.
Raedawn,
A-Track.
All right, so my name wasn't mentioned, just like with me and Hansen, we're talking about. Let's see, what are you saying? Both. What about Doc Rice? Let's see. Oh, shout out Elbow, shout out everybody. Let's see. Both me and Doc Rice made similar systems to each other, not TTM, but they were very big, not useful at all. Both me and Doc Rice made similar systems to each other, not TTM, around 1998, but they were for very basic notation and not at all useful for anything really. Looked like no traditional music notation with boxes and arrows drawn onto them. I presented it probably late 1999, don't know if he did. I published it in a small part of a master's thesis. Have never used it since. Alex's S notation is similar, but incredibly more advanced. So that's using, classical music has always been used, has always had articulations, to transcribe different ideas. And we'll actually go into that really quickly. We'll go to this. We're going to see, let's see, photos. And we're going to go to the history of music notation in general to show these things, where all these things are coming from. And I'm going to click on, let's see, we're going to go into historical music as it relates to scratch notation. And this is to Hansen. So yeah, so articulations have always been used to, let's see, so as far as, articulations have always been used. We call these, so we're going to go through a quick history of where classical music, this is a, lecture I did in 2013 about, so we've got Tibetan music here using like kind of wave notation. We've got some Tibetan music, but you notice here with this Latin and, let's see, let me like zoom in or something. It's not focusing right. All right, so this is like some Latin, and we can see that there's these articulations that are over the words that are giving people, and we will call these things neumes. They used to call these things neumes, and you see it says neumi, and notice that the neumes actually started out as waves. Notice that it started out as waves, and then it transitioned into these squares, these like kind of digital types of squares, and then it transitioned into what we know as modern classical music today, right? So this is like, so what you were just saying, Hansen, you're just talking about both Doc Rice and you were doing stuff in 98, 99, but I would like to see the proof of that, because there's a lot of people coming out of the woodwork. There's also a gentleman by the name of Green Lantern, and I'll go to his page too. Now Green Lantern is claiming, let's type Green Lantern, I'll type DJ Green Lantern, whoops, I'm going to type out, I'm going to erase this G, so that's DJ Green Lantern, and I'm going to type YouTube, maybe, YouTube, alright, and so this is DJ Green Lantern, let's see, videos, no, but maybe it's Green Hornet, what's his name, Green Hornet or Green Lantern, let me type, I'm going to type Instagram, because I think it's let's see, Instagram, let me say, I'm going to type Instagram scratch notation, alright, so I'm going to type Instagram scratch notation, I think, so these are all people, these are all students of my work, people that have been doing TTM over the past, 20 years, but this is just some of the Instagram heads, and this is, Matthew Kermasan's, he's doing really amazing stuff with using TTM to, just using DJing to draw scratches, to literally draw, because TTM is a physics notation. It's the only mathematic notation that's really out there that's pure math. I mean, the graphic notations came before that, but they weren't doing, it wasn't using degrees over time. It wasn't physics based. All right, so we're going to find this Green Lantern thing. So these are my, people that have, let's see, where is this Green Lantern thing? I think there's a, okay, here we go. I might be butchering his name. So, Green Arrow. I thought it was Green Lantern. So it's DJ Green Arrow has been lying. He's been saying, okay, he says, as far as I know, my notation system for scratching predates other known systems by 9 years and is archived in Berkeley's vault. Well, if it's in Berkeley's vault, why is Steven Weber not talking about it? Because Steven Weber works at Berkeley, and now by 9 years, and is archived in Berkeley's vault for transcription of NWA's Quiet on the Set, 1990, expanding on it for my 2-volume book, Set Now, Busy as Ever. So now I'm not denying that there is a possibility that maybe when Herbie Hancock was that somebody may have written down the DXT collaboration that he did, but the thing is that that's not scratch notation. And what's known as modern scratch, because there's always been people using classical music to try to transcribe what DJs do, but they've Alex has only been the one that's been much more successful. But as you can see that there's all these claims that are coming out now, but he has no post of or any video or books or things. I want to see all these people that are claiming to have invented scratch notation. I want to see the proof, because I haven't seen any proof. And this guy, DJ Green Arrow, he actually called me up one day. This was over the Christmas holiday. He called me up and wanted to interview me, and asked me about TTM and stuff. And so he called me up. He was interviewing me. We had this long interview, and somewhere within the interview, he said, "Hey man, if you die," well, I'm gonna put it on myself so you can see that this is really impactful what he said. So this guy, DJ Green Arrow, he's interviewing me over the phone, and he's like, "Hey man, if you die, can I be the executor of TTM?" And I was like, "Nah, man, only my family would have that type of access." So we already see that he is, that there's a lot of opportunists out there, and that's what I'm going to call A-Track and say that he's an opportunist who's been, plagiarizing my work for the past 20 years. But the fact that DJ Green Arrow talked about, even spoke of my death in a conversation, like, if you die, can I be the executor of TTM or whatnot? I'm like, no, that would be like my children, my family. I'm keeping this, in my family. And, after I worked with John all those years, with him trying to, cherry pick and claim my work, I realized that, I'm never, I do bring other people in the project, like, Matthew, and Nicholas Karras, are both admins on the TTM site right now, and I've brought them into the project. And Nicholas Karras and Matthew are doing really amazing things, both very, very different things, and they're doing a lot of amazing stuff. And we can see after 20 years, we can see how far TTM's come. Let's look at this. This is Nicholas Karras in presenting TTM being used to, he created a patch in Max MSP that's able to transcribe TTM live.
All right, now.
Oh, I can't fast forward. I was trying to fast forward.
Now we're tracking on some more stuff. Now
okay,
we're tracking on. Remember before we were tracking on fader clicks? Now we're able to generate some fader clicks, some dots on the screen when we're scratching. So I'm going to put this down and I'm going to do a little bit of scratching, and let's see what my scratches look like.
All right, so back to, so we're gonna go back. So I want to shout out to Nicholas Karras. In this past 20 years, when I created TTM, the first thing in my mind was like, hey, this can be not only used for education and transcribing one's routines, this can also be used to as software. I had intended to be used as software that would be executed, and so both me and Nick were about to go deep into the old C++ books and see what we can churn out. But this patch that he has now is a specific thing that works it's a Max MSP patch, and anybody that's using Max MSP on a Mac, we're going to put it out as like a freeware, so you can actually scratch and it'll create the TTM notation, and you can see what you just did. So it's a TTM writer. And also, I already have TTM ASCII character set available right now, which is basically a typing version of TTM that looks kind of like this. It's like a keyboard. You see there's different scratches in the keyboard. That's TTM ASCII character set. All right. And that's available now. You can get, so that's the TTM modified into, a keyboard set. All right, so now we're gonna get back to this this Beat Junkies 90s stuff and clearing up all these misconceptions. We're gonna go back. Let's see. So let's go to
all
here.
Three of those guys were all breaking ground at that time. I know there's a lot of innovators now, but just thinking of those early days.
So he says, I know there's a lot of innovators now. And that's kind of in reference to me, like, people know the Matrix and innovations, but he's kind of acting like I'm a new school cat, or but no, I was there before. It was me before A-Track and before Weber and before Carluccio. I was the only one that dropped 2 books by February 17th of 2000 on Scratch notation. All right, now so now we're gonna keep playing.
Days of just really thinking of DJing took that like technical turn. I think like to come into a battle was a very technical daunting thing. So I think this language and the standard came out of it, which we were all part of that at that time. And it's weird to think now though. I don't think I was forced to really learn about my craft until we started teaching.
Yeah. Yeah. Same here. Go ahead.
No. I just think I did the bare minimum.
Okay, so we're gonna zoom out of there and go back to So I'm gonna shout out the Beat Junkies once again. So he made a mistake about the history of Scratch notation within this interview or lecture that they kind of gave, and I'm just wanting to clarify that. So there's no beef. I have no beef with Beat Junkies or Babu or anybody. I look up to these guys. These guys are legends. So shout out to the whole Beat Junkies camp. But I'm just, this is showing the impact of A-Track's lies and how they've spread. They've spread all over the internet, all over the world, into books, into everything, And, him being Kanye's ex-DJ, this made it, here's Kanye right there, and there's, it says A-Track developed scratch notation in the 90s, which we proved is wrong. So, we're going to have wiki people, try to correct that stuff in the future. If you're a wiki admin, then, try to help. All right. And let's go back to these. Now we're going to go back to the search engine stuff. All right. So we see Vogue Italy saying that he's the creator of the first notational system for DJing, which is a lie. All right. Now let's see. Throwback Thursday. He contributed to music notation system, Sonar X ×2. So this is the Sonar Festival. Each MIDI note. Okay, no, it's not talking about that. Now let's see. So Forever, a night for Grandmaster Rock Raider with A-Track and DJ somebody at Brooklyn Bowl. He developed a revolutionary notation system which allowed him to write scores of scratch patterns and solos. So there are no scores that he has ever published, and that's him using his plagiarized version of my system. There's only a couple of pages of some patterns that he created after he saw my book, after he saw my second book. I'm not sure if he saw my first book. I only gave there's only a limited number of people that had the first book. John Carluccio and Ethan Imboden were one of the people that got my first book. All right, now, Hansen is saying him and Doc Rice, have systems that predate me, but there's nobody saying these things 15, 20 years ago. Everybody's saying this stuff retrospectively. All right, now, but I'm just going to say in a scientific manner, I need proof. You can write a thread, but you got to show some actual proof. And I've presented all of the proof of what I've been saying. I've showed actual videos, actual lectures. All right, so now we're going to go to the next one. So A-Track tracks release. A-Track was the first DJ to win all 3 major DJ competitions, as well as being the first. All right, so I'm not sure if they talk about it in this. They probably don't if it's not mentioned in it. All right, let's see if it's in there, though. I'm just curious. All right, it's probably not going to be in here. It seems kind of short. But no, it says it in the late 90s, so it's lying again, in the late 90s. So let's go to this. In the late 90s, A-Track developed a notation system for scratching. He gave a lecture about it at Scratchcon 2000 conference and published it in an article in Turntablist magazine, and They're just quoting what Wikipedia said exactly, right? So you see how once you get a lie in Wikipedia, then you can just keep creating that lie. So for 20 years, he's been trying to take credit for my work, and that's why I'm coming at him. And I'm not going to stop until either he, admits it, or there's some type of dialogue, public dialogue, or that somebody presents him with that question. And and Mark Moore, that was here earlier. That'd be great if you could present him with that question when you see him in Arizona. Now, A-Track on making the transition from being a turntablist to producer. Let's see if they talk about it. All right, so we're going to click on every single link and every lie and see how far his lies have gotten. They've gotten very far. They've gotten all the way to Wikipedia, through a lot of things. So let's see. Now we're going to look at this. All accounts, scratching DJ software. All right, but let's see. And also, his brother was, working for Vice magazine for a long time, and we were talking about anachronism earlier, and Vice magazine was actually started by one of the founders of Vice magazine is Gavin McInnes, the guy who started Proud Boys, and they have they're a white supremacist group that was actually banned by Facebook, and so Vice magazine to start was always kind of they had a white supremacist kind of a tinge to it, and his brother was a writer for that, and this is just talking about general anachronism within hip hop and people taking credit away from there's a history of black artists that are having you know, their credit taken away in different things that they do. All right. Now, and that's, you know, I'm kind of relating it to that. So let's see. Let's see. Is he talking about notation? The team develops final scratch. Da da da. All right. No, I don't see him talking about notation. Oh, look. I think I saw something at the end. I think I just saw something. Let's see. Scratching. Chromio. You know, his brother's also, you know, in Chromio too. Let's see. Yeah, I don't really see it in here. But yeah, this is like 4 hours so far almost. We're almost at 4 hours. But we're gonna keep going because I want to go through every single one. All of these things, all these misquotes, you know, and it just keeps spreading because he's still sending this press release out. All right, we're gonna skip that. I couldn't find anything in there. I'm not trying to read the whole article just to find that, but we see that it's in that it's in these quotes. All right. So let's see. Now, turntable wizard 8-track. We'll put. Let's see. All right, we're gonna click on that. All right, turntable wizard 8-track. We'll put Pacha Mako and spin. All right, so let's see what it says here. We're gonna scroll down. So let's see. So expand all the areas. Producer. All right, so instrument rather than, let's see. All right, turntablist. All right. All right, so let's see. I'm looking for the word notation. Scratchers, already a number of pickles. All right, so I'm not seeing the word notation here. I guess I should have put the Google thing where it shows the word highlighted, but I feel like they took that away. Google used to have the thing where you could have the word highlighted. So let's see. Yeah, so I'm just gonna have to like actually go through this and look at it. Maker mix of special. Yeah, I can't find it right there, but we see it in the title. We see it in the quote. It says, it says he also developed his own notation system for DJ music. So that lie is being promulgated everywhere. All right, so turntable notation, Serato.com. So this is Serato.com. So like I was saying before, you know, I have a very got a very old school raw setup with just, you know, straight turntables. I don't really use Serato except when I'm teaching it. And yeah, Serato's never sent me any software. And we go to their site and look what it says. So it says, let's see, I guess this looks more like a thread. I guess somebody's just talking about stuff. All right, so somebody's talking about notation, and they talk about my transcription of Rob Swift's routine. Now let's see. So Throwback Thursdays. This is DJ Times 2018. So now we're getting into closer dates. I should have put them in order maybe, and did the newest ones first. This is just kind of all over the place. But yeah. So for those that are tuning in, this is exposing 8-track for trying to plagiarize my system. Which means I don't consider. Okay, so yeah, this is replying to the Beat Junkies as well as an 8-track for plagiarizing. 8-track was plagiarizing my system, and you know has been giving people misinformation. And all right, so now let's look what it says here. So organization's winner. So all right, we're back. All right, I'm back, and the video got cut off because I went to the maximum time. Facebook only allows 4 hours, so we just did 4 hours. Probably the first like 40 minutes of that's going to get cut off because I was talking about like Diplo and all that type of stuff. So we're back. Shout out to Nancita who's back. So we're back in the house. So yeah, I did. That was 4 hours. I've been talking 4 hours straight. I've been talking 4 hours straight with no food. Just a sip of water. And that's the alkaline diet. The alkaline diet, you know, I've only been sick. I only get sick like once a year, maybe once a year and a half. And you know, alkaline diet, you know, gives me a lot of strength and energy. So I always recommend that. So we're gonna go back to this. You know, this is a long lecture. We're going we're going in on this. So we've already gotten like about 4 hours, maybe 3 hours actually. We'll be using that video. But yeah, so we're gonna go back to where we just were. Shout out to Rasp Hunt. Shout out to all the homies that are out there. So we're going in on A-Track. Shout out to Charlie. So we're showing how A-Track's been lying for the past 20 years. You know, it's one thing to be like, hey, you know, yeah, I plagiarized that. Somebody plagiarized. You know, they might plagiarize a test in high school, and you know, maybe they, you know, just did that once. But imagine plagiarizing somebody's work, and then for 20 years using that in your press release every day, having your press team send people PDFs and send people emails and Excel files or wherever, you know, however they're sending it, saying, or Microsoft Word docs, sending it out every day, lying and trying to appropriate my system, and then it actually gets into Wikipedia. Some Wikipedia admin is just going by his press release with no facts or evidence, and actually trying to say that, you know, he's been A-Track over the past 20 years has been trying to plagiarize my system. So he's you know, he's got all these press outlets thinking that he really did it. So we've already gone through the first 3 pages of, or the first 2.5 pages of the Google search of what happens, all the lies that pop up when you see his work. So now we're going to go back. This is round 2. So that was, you know, the first 4 hours. Let's see, you know, let's hope this doesn't go another 4 hours. I think, you know, maybe I'll cut it off another 2 hours, but, you know, we're going to go in on this one. I'm not going to stop, and I'm, you know, we're going to keep going forward until somebody publicly has to come to A-Track and say, like, yo, man, what's been going on? How come you haven't talked about your system, you know, in the past, you know, 20 years, since 2002 in 2003 in South Africa? That was the last time A-Track tried to plagiarize my system publicly. But since then, he's still been using it in his press release, you know, even ever since he's been, you know, DJing with Kanye, when he was Kanye West DJ. All right, so, you know, and if I ever run into Kanye again, I'm going to be like, yo, you know, your old DJ, he was lying about that you know, about all that scratch notation stuff. He stole it from me. I would tell him that. Because actually I was on this, I don't know, it was this, I guess this Benjamin Millipede, or I'm not sure, you know how to pronounce it, the guy that married Natalie Portman. It was like, I was in this fashion shoot and Kanye was there, and you know, and Kanye was down to earth cat. You know, he was saying what's up to me when I was out there, and it was actually for Yves Saint Laurent, actually. And shout out to Sable for hooking me up with that Yves Saint Laurent shoot in Soho. But yeah, Kanye was just like kind of sitting there peeping what we were doing. But yeah, I ran into A-Track on the street once. You know, for people that are just coming in now, I ran into A-Track on the street in Williamsburg. You know, like, I don't know, 6 years ago, 4 years ago, maybe it was like 4 years ago. No, it was probably like 3 years ago. And you know, he's just like, you know, he saw me and kept moving. You know, and the last time that me and him had eye contact before that was in 2000. My homie Clever won the DMC, and when he won at Union Square in what do you call it, Union Square? I forgot the name of the venue. My mind's fried now. I've been talking for so long, but he won it, and we all went to IHOP, Irving Plaza. He won it at Irving Plaza, and we all went to IHOP. And we were all sitting at the table. I was like me, Clever, my homie Robbie, who goes by DJ C's, or back then he was C's, but now he changed it to Rob Wonder. So shout out to Rob Wonder. You know, he taught me how to flare scratch, and he showed me, you know, a lot of the new school open fader techniques. You know, because at that point I was still in closed fader mode. He taught me the new stuff in like maybe 98 or 7, maybe like 97. He was teaching me that stuff. But you know, so we were sitting down, and the whole time A-Track, you know, didn't say anything to me, even though he's literally gave a presentation on my work months before that, you know, because Clever won in 2000. But yeah, so I'm going in on A-Track, and I'm not going to stop until the information really gets out there enough, because there's hundreds. We've been just seeing all these, you know, when you type A-Track notation, it just pops up all these lies saying he invented this stuff in the 90s. He has no proof of him having scratch notation in the 90s. His only proof is him having scratch notation in on January, him plagiarizing my system on July 1st of 2000. when I had already released 2 books and already given the first lecture on scratch notation before that. And we already showed that in the last video. We went over that a million times. Alright, so this video we're just going to be continuing on seeing all the lies and just seeing how one lie can be spread into a million directions, especially with the internet now and the dissemination of false information, which is called anachronism. And for those who don't know what anachronism is, this is what this is about. So A-Track's created an anachronism, and that is an error in chronology, a chronological misplacing of persons, events, objects, or customs in regard to each other, a person or thing that is chronologically out of place, especially from a former age that is incongruous in the present, or the state of condition of being chronologically out of place. We're going to look up, we're going to hit another dictionary. Maybe I'll do this. Anachronism comes, let's see, anachronism is something that doesn't fit its time period. So this is what we're talking about. And it all emanates from the Beat Junkies. I'm going to play it again for the new people.
Oh, the Chawa Chawa, whatever, but at a certain point, I think a language started developing in the mid-90s.
For sure.
Right? And, there started to become, standard names for techniques. Yeah. And I think that's, the early days of, really taking this serious in terms of, hey, this is something that can be considered higher learning. This could be taught. Let's build. And I remember early on, there is turntable transcription that.
So, he's talking about the early 90s, but the thing is that, he's talking about the mid-90s, but the thing is that he got the dates off. And shout out to Babu once again. He's a turntablist legend. And there's still a debate between him and Disc, who invented the word turntablist. Disc says it's him, Babu says it's him, and, hopefully in the future maybe they can both get together and we can see a debate on that, or, we can see somebody present some type of flyer or, proof. But, it's all about proof as far as history and the truth. And anytime you're getting new information, you have to always add that new information and edit and modify things, because history is an organic science. It's not written in stone, because, things are always changing, people lie. There's anachronisms all type, just like, we are all taught Columbus discovered America, and we know that's not true. But if you look at a million history books and you type it on the websites, it'll all come up. So that's what we're doing now. We're kind of dispelling all the myths, and, so Babu was confused on the time periods of all this stuff. He was talking about the mid-90s, when in fact, the names that they mention in this, in their Beat Junkies episode is, all those people came out in 2000. So A-Track never came out with anything in the 90s. DJ Raedawn, Bomb Shelter DJs never came out with anything in the 90s. This was all after me. This is A-Track, and also A-Track admitted that he had seen my work before he presented his first notation. And we already, first presentation on his plagiarization of my notation. And we saw that in A-Track's speech in South Africa, and his speech at Scratchcon at Yerba Buena Center in San Francisco. All right, so we're going to go back to this and press play. I'm going to flip it back around.
That started at that time. People started being able to write and notate scratches.
Yeah.
Who was it? Raedawn?
John Carluccio
started the system.
A-Track.
All three of those guys were all breaking ground at that time. I know.
So he's saying at that time. Now, so that's where it's totally wrong. So it's not at that time. At that time, in the mid-90s, there was nobody was putting out scratch notation systems. In 1999 is when I made the fundamentals, and I handed that to John Carluccio. That might have been in early January. I gave it to John Carluccio and Ethan Imboden. We met up at a coffee house. I gave them the first book on scratch notation. We met up, and I created the second book of notation with their help. And the help that they gave was I created everything, and John helped publish it. John was the publisher. But then he ended up telling everybody that he invented it, and he didn't invite me to be in Scratch the movie to present my own work. So if you go to Scratch the movie, you'll see John Carluccio pointing to a flare scratch that I designed and illustrated with myself. I have all the original files in here that I can show. And that's him. You would think that he would have had both of us in it and pointing at it like, hey, yeah, we put out this book, together. So we did do that as a collaborative effort. But, since then I've ejected John from my project because, he was telling people for years that he invented it. So we've got A-Track lying and plagiarizing for 2 decades. We've got John lying for at least a decade, maybe, because he's been silent now. This whole past decade, he knows better not to come out and say, anything. But notice that you've never seen a lecture by DJ Raedawn, DJ A-Track, or John Carluccio, since Scratchcon 2000 or since 2003 when A-Track made his Red Bull lecture. You've never seen them. Raedawn made a Red Bull lecture too around that same time. You've never seen them present anything since. And Raedawn has been proven to not have written Antimatter himself. It was actually Raul, the composer from his university, that actually made Antimatter. And Antimatter came out after my two books and after my first lecture on scratch notation that we showed earlier in that 4-hour live recording from earlier today. So we've proven that I had the first book, the second book, and then we showed Steven Weber's book that came out later that year. I think it was the 11th month, November 1st of 2000, and then we also showed Steven Weber making some anachronisms, and I'm going to show those. This is Steven Weber. I'm going to type Amazon. All right, so we're going to type Amazon. We're back to here. So we see Steven Weber. Let's do Barnes and Nobles first. I'm going to type Barnes and Nobles. Type Barnes. So Barnes and Nobles. So Barnes and Nobles is telling the truth. So Steven Weber came out with his book using classical music to transcribe. Oh, that's his second book. Let me click on. Let's see. Or not his second book. He put out a lot of books. This is one of his other books. So this is the one that we're looking for. Yeah, this came out in November 1st of 2000, and this was a book on teaching turntable technique that he made for Berkeley Music School. And since then, he Steven Weber, so this is when it came out. It came out November 1st. And if you go to Amazon, Amazon has a total lie in there, and it says, so there's just lies. I mean, just a lot of anachronisms that are happening from all angles. We have here, it says January 1st, 2000, which would have meant that this book would have predated my TTM book, my second book on notation. But that's a total lie because we have proof that it came out on somebody just wrote this. And here we can see that you can put any date you want in here. Look, they have 1810. So Steven Weber is saying he made scratch notation in 1810. 1810. That's crazy. Look, he's got turntables. He's got this guy scratching. So the thing is, like 300 years from now, somebody might look at this and be like, "Oh, okay, yeah." They might not know that nobody was scratching in 1810. They might not know that, and somebody might be writing a book about hip hop in the future and be like, hey, this guy was the first to make some scratch notation. Look, his book came out on January 1st, 1810. And they might not know that. 1,000 years from now, the difference between 1810 and 2010 is not that big of a difference to them, 1,000 years later. So this is why I'm nipping things in the bud to clear things up earlier. Exactly, Russ. You're like, what? 1810? Right, exactly. I was like, what? 1810? But it's great that this says it here, so we know that this quote, this him here is trying to say that his book came out before the TTM book. We can see that it's not true because we can see that, yeah, obviously they're just making up dates on Amazon, and Barnes and Noble has the real, some type of verified truth where it's like, hey, this came out in November 1st of 2000. So Kenyon Ellis is saying, do you know where I can find a PDF of the book? I'll send one to you. Yeah, I'll send one to you after this. I bought the set back in, I bought the set back in the early 90s and let another DJ borrow the book and never got it back, but I still have the vinyl. So, it must mean the early 2000s. Yeah, so yeah, I'll get you a copy of the actual book, and yeah, I'll get you a copy of all that stuff. All right, so yeah, so let's we're gonna get back to what I was saying before. So yeah, so that's A-Track that's been lying to press outlets for the past 20 years. He's been lying, and notice that you've never seen A-Track talk about scratch notation publicly, or DJ Raedawn since their Red Bull things. And in a different, the last expose I did on Vect, we showed that that even Red Bull has fascist and white supremacist ties. And then earlier we were speaking about Gavin McInnes in Vice magazine, and I was talking about A-Track's brother, working for Vice, and pulling strings, and just the people behind the scenes, and that are pulling strings, and the hip hop gatekeepers, and things like that. And Vice magazine has a very, very big impact on hip hop these days, even if you don't think it does. They're part of Chance the Rapper's rise to success, and SZA, and a lot of people. You'd be surprised, but Vice and a lot of white supremacists have a lot of impact on it. So, Gavin McInnes, like we were talking before, is the creator of the Proud Boys, and the Proud Boys is a group, white supremacist group that's banned from Facebook. And Gavin McInnes is the same guy that started Vice, and who was good friends with A-Track's brother back in the day. And and the reason why I bring up white supremacy is because we have images of. I'm not going to show those images in this lecture, because I want youth to be able to see this lecture. In other lectures, in like a United Turntablist Guild, we'll show that other video where I was talking about Diplo and A-Track's use of black women on stages as props, literally as props, like standing on their head on the DJ table with the bottle of Hennessy next to them, or scantily clad, and not even scantily clad, wearing nothing. Actually, he's got black women on stage wearing nothing, and that's A-Track, and that's why I was telling people that are going to go, that are seeking to apply to the Goldie Awards. I'm saying, it might be good to boycott it. You got two people that have shown, racist things in the past. I wouldn't be a part of that. So yeah, so let's go back to where we were. So now we're gonna go back. So we're gonna go through these more of these things. All right. So now we're gonna go back to. So this is where we were before the phone died and it crashed, or I got to the end of the 4 hours that Facebook allots you. So this is so from the lies that A-Track created, hundreds of press outlets have been spreading mistruths, and and there's no way I can just contact DJ Times and all these outlets and say, hey, he's telling he's So this one is a little bit more accurate. He's saying he contributed to a music notation system for turntablists. Eventually he hooked up with one of the world's most important hip-hop artist, Kanye West, and since 2004 he's been his onstage DJ, blah, blah, blah. So it's just showing that he's telling everybody he invented scratch notation. We see Vogue Italy, this is Vogue magazine, saying he's the creator of the first system. So Nicholas, that just came in, shout out to you. This is an expose of A-Track, and this is showing that A-Track has been lying for the past 20 years to press outlets, saying that he invented my system of notation, which is known as TTM, and he actually presented it as Scratchcon, saying that his system is basically the movement of the record over time, and my system is the movement of the record over time. My system is a graphical representation of the movement of the record over time. So this is him in Vogue Italy telling VogueItaly.com or .it that he's the creator of the first system of notation for DJ scratching ever. So he's been telling hundreds of press outlets that, and that's why I'm making these videos to clear up the truth and get the truth out there. So this says page 4 of about 863,000 results. So I'm hoping that there's not 863,000, or I'll be doing this for hours. So we've gotten to page. We're at page 4 now. All right. Now we're about to go to page 5. All right. Let's see. What is this saying? A-Track notation system for. Oh, this must be a thread. Oh no, this is something. Let's see. What was that? You've made the 5 billionth search. Congratulations. That seems like some type of fake thing. I don't know what that is. I'm trying to just go leave. Where is this article? See, we saw it for a second. What was that? Let's go back. Leave. See some like fake stuff. Let's see. Keep clicking back. What's going on? Let's see. There we go. Alright, so I should just click it and press stop. I'm going to click forward and then X if I can. No, they're not letting me. So maybe I can take a screenshot of it. I'm gonna click it really fast and take a screenshot. So let's see. Where were we? I was clicking this. So I'm gonna click this. Oh, there we go. Oh, it was too fast. See how fast that was? I don't know what that was about. Oh, there we go. Oh. Look at that. It keeps coming up. So I'm going to do this thing when I click back next time. I'm going to get the thing ready. I'm going to have it ready. Let's see. No, I can't do it that way. I have to do it first. Let's see. I only have one hand. I forgot I have to. All right. So there it goes. Maybe it. Oh, no. Let's try to get it. All right. Let's see. It's going to pop up. This is some weird website. No, so we'll just skip that. But it said something there. We see that it said A-track on making a transition. No. Let's see. This is A-track notation system for scratching. A-track system for So he's just there's so many. He's plagiarized it so many times. Every day he's still sending out the press release. All right. So DJ A-track, one of the most awarded DJs, an architect of a notation system for scratching. So let's see, Dylan, DJ A-track is one of the most awarded hip DJs. Alright, so yeah, that's not even a blog, but that's just some Instagram thing. But you can see, you make one lie and then it just keeps trickling out. Alright, so here we are, next, let's click on this. So a lot of this stuff is new to me. I've seen some of these things before, but, so this is that book we went over already by Felicia M. Miyakawa, who did an extensive, in-depth look at scratch notation, but she got some of the dates wrong. So this is just to clear up all these dates. So yeah, prominent DJs A-track created their own style. All right, so even though I came out before these guys, I'm gonna go back to here and find Babu and press play.
There's a lot of innovators now, but just thinking of those early days of just...
So he said there's a lot of innovators now. He's speaking in reference to me or other people that are doing TTM, like as if I'm a new school cat, And that's why another reason I'm making this video. I saw this Beat Junkie video. I was like, whoa, I got to make a reply to this. So this whole video is going to be response to Building Better DJs episode 5 to clear up the actual history and the actual chronology of scratch notation and how it actually happened. Because all that stuff in the 90's, there was no radar or 8-track stuff in the 90's. And, I came out first, then everybody else came out. And then everybody started claiming 90's and, and whatnot. All right, so let's go back to where we were. Let's see, we were right there. Now, okay, so we clicked on that. Now we're going to click on this right here, 8-track 2000. So let's see what this, so this is in his press release that he's sending out all the time. This is a couple years ago, 2015. All right, so let's see. I'm looking for the word notation. Looking for the colossal, fool's gold, blah, 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 blah. Where is he mentioning notation? Let's see. I mean, it's just so many. Let's see. Oh, Arab music. So let's just go through this whole thing. Okay, for music innovation, looking for Back Pocket, Crumble, Danny Brown, I'm not seeing the notation thing, but I'm sure it's in there. So I've just got to look through it better. That's the key. Alright, so let's see. I don't see it there. Alright, I don't see it here. BMA nominations. Okay, so he brought home the titles. Those Bonafide style. He clearly did this Cadillac generation. D series. That's interesting because you see it saying it here. It says grew from a nerdy teen who created an elaborate elaborate scratch notation system. All right, I didn't see it in there. Let's see. Grew from a nerdy teen, but yeah. So I mean, we don't have to find it exactly in there. So this is just for the record that all these outlets are getting all this misinformation. So there's all these top magazines. We saw DJ Times, we saw Vogue, Italy. He used advanced harmonic use advanced harmonic mixing techniques. Is this A-track? No, this is not about A-track. All right, so DJ track. We're using the Cincy. Okay, so next. All right, let's see. All right, that's not A-track did in the 90s. From developing a new, so that's not all A-track did in the 90s. So this is a lie right here. 2016, though, from developing a new notation for scratching to blogging about music innovation and starting, that's a lie right there. You know, so this is another one of his lies that's being spread. You know, from his press release. So yeah, let's see what it says. So that's not all A-track did in the 90s. Though I'm from developing a new notation for scratching to so I'm gonna color it right here. So it says from developing a new notation for scratching to blogging about music innovation. So we see he's using this in his press release. He's using my work. For the past 20 years, A-track has been plagiarizing my work as well as even worse, promoting the continued plagiarization of it. Okay, some crazy framework, that's not it, right? Capturing contests, alright, so we're starting to, let's see. That's not all A-track did in the 90s, the same thing. Now, if we see this DJ software, so we saw Serato saying the truth. This is just a forum, somebody talking about something. So we're not going to include forums in this. This is just to show like actual media outlets or magazines or things that are getting the misinformation and spreading the misinformation. There's so many things that there's no way I could contact all these outlets. DJ A-track spins grooves with Travis Barker behind the drums. Right, and you notice a lot of these people. Let's see, let's stop that. Okay, so now let's see what it says about scratch notation in here. You know, let's see. So, what does it say? Let's see. What does it say? The stunning collaboration, drummer, good at A-track, choose the process. All right, so let's see. Okay, so here you go. So, A-track when it's 13. And let's see, lock this, and let's see, you guessed mixer months, practicing listening to Pete Rock, and I will give A-track props for you know being a dope DJ and winning all these championships. He's an amazing DJ that has a great track record. But as far as scratch notation, it's a complete lie, and he's been stealing from my he's been plagiarizing my work for the past decade. Shout out to Ryan Swift. So this is exposing A-track trying to plagiarize my work and using it in his current press release for the past 20 years. Now, he developed a revolutionary notation system which allowed him to write scores of scratch patterns and solos. So we've seen them say this exact same line in another thing. So this obviously is coming straight from his press release, right? And possibly in his press release too, he's saying that he invented the system as well. Right, so he developed a revolutionary notation system which allows him to write scores of scratch patterns and solos. And we've never seen an actual score that he wrote. We've only seen this example right here, like this, and a couple other examples. We've never seen a full score. This is just him plagiarizing my work. He did this like about two decades ago, like maybe 2003. He did this. That one. All right, so we saw that. That's another. Anachronism. Keyword anachronism is changing history. Alright, now we're going to go to the next page. Let's go to page 6. See if there's any more. Maybe it's all done. So A-track. Nope, it goes forever. A-line grew from a nerdy team who created an elaborate scratch notation system. The mystery. Nope, let's see. Got that one. A-track. Wiki.org. In the late 90s, A-track developed a notation system for scratching. He gave a lecture about it at Scratchcon 2000. So, and we already showed that, at Scratchcon, he didn't show any proof of any system in the 90s. And he even said that he saw my system before he gave his first lecture. So if you saw somebody's system and then you give a lecture on it, and it's basically the exact same thing, that's called plagiarization. All right? And let's see. So yeah, that's like a wiki kind of offshoot, wiki2.org. Right there, has that. Now, this next one, Let's see. Okay, so we're starting to get out of it, so we might be done. I don't see any more. We might be done with all the misquotes. Nope, there's more. Here we go. This is more. See, it doesn't stop. He's constantly. He's been doing this for 20 years. Imagine for 20 years somebody was saying they invented something you made for 20 years and they weren't stopping. What would you do? You have to somehow, make them stop. So I don't know if I had to send him some type of cease and desist or whatever, but he's this is definitely some like libel type of stuff. Libel. All right, so let's look what it says. It says, I'm looking for a keyword notation. Label is like a duck sauce, blah, blah. He's an owner, billboard, number of Huffington Post. Yeah, it's funny. I don't even see it in that, but maybe it's down here in more like a press release kind of section. So, when Kanye was touring all those years, Kanye was probably forwarding this too, his press team, because it was, one whole kit. I'm sure, when he was his DJ. Let's see. So, parallel lines. Nope, it's not mentioning it here. Let's see. And here we have Diplo's name again, but we'll go into Diplo and him in the future and why it's a good reason to boycott this, battle that they're doing due to their white supremacist ties, that both A-Track and Diplo have been doing. Also, their ties with Diplo's ties with Die Antwoord out of South Africa. All right, so let's look back. So, all right, so I'm looking for. Okay, here we go. So, in the late 90s, I found it. In the late 90s, A-Track developed a notation system for scratching, which is a lie because there's no proof of him doing it in the 90s. And once again, we will go back to. Maybe we'll go back to. Let's see. Let's go to. Here we'll go and we'll show. I'm going to type. We're going to show that A-Track. Let's see. I'm going to go to here, Facebook. Go to videos, and we're going to go to the A-Track video where we have him here in South Africa in 2003, telling the truth that he had created the system, his system, which is a plagiarization of my system, only a few years before that. All right, so we're gonna click on play.
All right, so I'm here to talk about my notation system for scratching. So to start off, I'll just tell you people the story about how I came up with this, because it'll give you an idea right away in which situations this type of system is useful. It was around, I think it was 96. I was trying to remember when this happened. I think it's around 96.
So in 2000, at Scratchcon 2000, to reiterate for people that are just coming in, at Scratchcon 2000, A-Track made the public statement that he invented scratch notation in the 90s, that he created notation in 96. And this was on July 1st of 2000. All right, but then 3 years later, he tells the truth. And also, he had no proof or evidence. He just said it pull it out of his rear. He just said it out of the blue. He didn't have any proof or show any photos from the 90s or anything like that of him using it or an old sketch that he did. He had no proof whatsoever. He just came out with like a PowerPoint slideshow at 2000. And in this lecture, he also admits that he had seen my notation in July of 2000. He admitted he had already seen my notation before he gave his first lecture. So this was his first presentation of the world of his system, which is a clear plagiarization of my system. They're both based on graphing the movement of the record over time, which is the change in theta or degrees over time. Now, so this is a very scientific video. This isn't like hip-hop beef or anything like that. I don't have beef with Beat Junkies or anything like that. Just this is just made to clear up history. Now, so this is at Red Bull Music Academy in 2003. He finally told the truth. Let's see what he says.
A few years ago, I came up with this notation system. It was kind of something I stumbled upon.
So in 2003, he said, a few years ago, I came up with this notation system. It's kind of something I stumbled upon. All right, so when you stumble upon something, that means something was already there. If you stumble upon a chair, that means somebody made a chair and you stumbled on it and you didn't see it and you ran into it. So stumbling upon something doesn't mean you ran into something. So he's low-key admitting that he bit my system. And he's telling the truth here in South Africa. So in 2003, he said a few years ago. So, we looked up the word few, a few not long ago, or hours earlier, and we found that a few just means a couple, like 2 years, 3 years. A few doesn't mean like 8 years, 7 years, because he's saying, 7 years is not a few years. He's saying that because in that other one in 2000, he said he did it in 96. So we've caught him lying, and to add to the lie, he's been spreading the lie for the past 20 years, and that's what this video is about. All right, we're gonna play it again.
It was kind of something I stumbled upon. It was around, I think it was 96. I was trying to remember when this happened. I think it's around 96. A few years ago, I came up with this notation system. It was kind of something I stumbled upon.
So I wrote. So it says. I think it was. So which one was it? 7 years ago or a few years ago, right? All right, because he has two clearly conflicting accounts. He's saying he invented Scratch notation in '96 and in 2000, and then at 2003 in front of Red Bull, he told the truth and said he made this thing a few years ago. All right. So now we're still seeing the wake of all these lies and how it's been weaved into his press kits, and we're just seeing it nonstop. So in the late 90s, A-Track developed a notation system for scratching. He gave a lecture about it at Scratchcon 2000. And for the people that are new here, we're just going to show this one more time of him admitting that he saw my system first, before his first lecture. Now, this is, once again, him telling Vogue magazine in 2011 that he created the first system of notation. That's just an example that I had, it's a screenshot.
When I released the record, it's a double line. When I, with the same for, let's see someone's. All right, so.
Let me see where it is, where he's admitting. Let's see, must be later. Let's see, let's find it. Where he actually admits. There we go. It's over here.
Too many symbols and it becomes
there we
confusing.
Go. It's right over
I'd like
here.
to point out first of all that I've seen a few other Scratch notation systems, and some of them I find, in my opinion, use.
So you hear that? He said he's seen other systems. So before his first presentation on Scratch notation, this is for the people that are new that are just coming in. Before his first presentation on Scratch notation on July 1st, 2000, he actually said he had seen my system before his first presentation. So if you've seen somebody's system and then you give a presentation and the system looks exactly like that, or not exactly like it, but it's basically based off of that system, it's the same concept, then that's called plagiarization. So A-Track, this is you've plagiarized, and we're going to thoroughly investigate this. Not only through, shout out John, just came back in the lab in the chat. We're going to not only thoroughly investigate this, but we're going to have to encircle you with the information, because encircling and we're going to have to bind you with these words. I'm binding you, A-Track. We're coming for you. We're coming for you on the historical tip, not physical. I'm a pacifist, but we're coming for you as far as you're going to have to fess up at some point. You already fessed up at Scratchcon, not Scratchcon, but in South Africa at Red Bull in 2003 in front of Red Bull Music Academy. But all these truths are going to have to come out, and you're really going to have to stop putting that in your press release that you created Scratch notation in the 90s, because it's already on Wikipedia. Just these lies just keep spreading. All right, so we're going to go back to even more lies. We still haven't even got. There's so much misinformation that we're just going through it. So hopefully Google's going to end all this stuff, and we're not going to find any more. So we found that one. Now let's keep going. So that was the last one on that page. Now we're going to go to page 7. So here we are, like 5 hours later. We're only at page 7. So what are the effects of the consequences of notating music? CourseHero.com. All right. So now they're talking about A-Track and his system again. So yeah, this is A-Track sending lies out for the past 20 years. 20 years is a very long time. All right, so this looks like they're taking excerpts from Felicia M's book. Now, let's see. I don't see anything about him in this right here. Let's see. Let me look. See, A-track, notation. Not seeing it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, but we can see that it's here. We can see that it says, even though the turntablists such as DJ A-track and many others, other composers did not have a formal system notation, I believe they were, let's see, they were a bit, okay, so they're talking about it there. Now, see, hard drives. All right, hard drives. All right, so maybe we're done now. We might be done with this. Nope. Track community. No, that's community. That's like a thread. Let's see. Simple music score. Nope, they're not talking about A-track. So DJ A-track. So S notation. We already did Alex talking about A-track. All right. So let's see. S notation. Da da da. All right. So maybe we're done. I think we're done. All right, so let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing any more anything about A-track. It's just saying a bunch of other stuff. We might be done with this investigation. This is what I wanted to do in the investigation. I wanted to go through every single instance of the misinformation. Underscore Scratch notation. What's this? Control place. What is this? Alright, so yeah, let's see. So I think we might be done. Alright, I think we might be done. Yeah, I think we're done. Let's see. So let's keep going back. Alright, let's go to the next page. See if there's any outliers. Nope, no A-track notation. Oh, nope, here we go. Bookingagentinfo.com, A-track contact info. Let's go to here. So maybe this will show his actual press release. Alright, so let's read more. What does it talk about? About A-track. So let's see what it says. E2, DMC, competition. Let's see. Artist, Yeah, I'm not seeing notation though, so notation might not be in here. I'm just gonna see. Chromeo, he's only 15 years old. Let's see. Oh, this is hard to see, so y'all can see it. All right, so there we go. All right, so let's see. At the forefront of creating. So here it goes. So, so they're talking about the 90's, 15, and was at the forefront of creating notation for scratching DJs. All right. So for scratching, so you see that? All right. Now let's see. So let's go back. So we got that one. Now look at this. So let's see. This is some lectures that I might have written. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Maybe nope. That looks like about it. Nope. It's 15 developed. Let's see. This is just like a WordPress site. All right, somebody talking about it. But yeah, you see how once the information gets out there, it just keeps spreading. All right, and we see. Let's see. When they start talking about some notation. But this is just like a blog. But you know, I still consider this a press outlet. I'm not showing threads on here because obviously anybody can talk about anything on a thread. But this is just showing that he's all these press outlets and that he's been lying to all these press for 20 years. All right. So and he also developed a notation system for scratching. So right here it says tender age of 15, and he has also developed a notation system for scratching. So yeah, he's been plagiarizing my work for all these years. All right, long time, and I told you when my homie Clever from won DMC 2000, we ate at IHOP, and A-Trap was sitting right next to me or right in front of me and didn't say one word at the dinner table. All right, the whole time. So that whatever that means, it means something, definitely. All right, so it looks like we're done. It looks like I don't see A-Track's name mentioned anymore. You know, the keyword was A-Track in notation, and, you know, I'm not seeing anything more. At least, yeah, so it looks like we're done. And we can wrap this up. All right. I think that's it. Yeah, looks like that's it. I think that's it. So, yeah, shout out to everybody. Yeah, that was it. We did it. All right, so we did it. That was, now it's, what, 6:45. We finished the whole investigation. Shout out to everybody. You know, people that were asking about what my studio setup's like right now. This is what it's looking out. This is what it's looking like right now. This is like, you know, my standard setup. Like, you know, this is just my regular scratch practice setup, and then this is the more advanced, like, you know, this is the stuff, my future turntables and stuff that, you know, Turntablism and all the stuff that y'all are going to be seeing in the future. But this is all, you know, dropping that, and this is my video setup, video scratching. All right, this is a neck face mask. Anybody that's a collector out there, if you want to, you know, cop a neck face mask, you know, hit me up. All right, so that's it. We're done. Shout out to everybody. All right, I'm gonna sign off. I'm gonna sign off, but maybe I'm gonna do a little. I'll do a little scratch at the end. I'm just gonna do a little scratch session for the heads. You know, and you know, we can see what happens. All right, so let me just do a little bit of scratching at the end. All right, let's see. Let me turn this light on. All right, so yeah, you can kind of see. All right, so yeah, let's do a little bit of scratching. Okay. All right, so I'm going to show you this new scratch. I'm going to do a tutorial on this soon, but this is just a little preview of it. I just saw Marvel doing this in this Clash of the Titans battle. But Marvel was basically, he was doing a, instead of doing a chirp flare, he was doing basically like a scribble flare. And so he's basically like kind of doing tipping. He's just going, so he's doing, so like, like that. So he's going, all right, so that's the next tutorial that I'm going to be dropping. That's probably going to be, you know, that's not going to be live on here though. But shout out to everybody that was staying tuned in, and peace to everybody. All right, peace, y'all. All right, and and Kenyon, I'll get you a copy of, you know, all that stuff. All right, peace, man, peace. So peace, everybody. Peace to the whole world. Peace to the Beat Junkies. There's no beef with this video. This is just all, you know, positivity. This is just clearing up the facts, and I don't have to go through this again. I mean, there'll be more kind of like documentary style things that talk about this stuff, but not like this type of me actually vocalizing it, and, you know. But shout out to everybody. All right, peace. Let's see, I'm not finished. Let's see.